Yeah, I can hear you.
Good.
Sorry, I was grabbing a bite.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, to the blockbuster 5th episode of Guns Over Rivayle, Murder on the Magical Express. I'm your narrator, your host, your GM, Nova Starlight, administrator of the Shadowverse Wiki, and I read an Agatha Christie novel in preparation for this session. I'm joined, as always, by our lovely players. Y'all, give yourselves a quick introduction.
Who first?
Ray, your mic is muted. Just let you know.
Sorry.
Know.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Alright, I'll go first since I usually go first. I'm Ray / Maishnia. I draw art. I drew most of the NPCs for this. I like women. End of sentence.
Yeah, your NPC art has been amazing, by the way. We're gonna see some.
Thank you. Mama.
Sorry. No, we're gonna see some more of it tonight because we have a bunch of new characters. You know, we have to have this a cast of suspects.
Y'all want to see a dead body?
Y'all want to see a dead body? We're gonna see one.
And for once, it wasn't made by me.
For once.
Heartbreakingly true.
Yes, for once. All right.
Hi, I'm Salvador. I'm rocking the he/they pronouns. I wanted to say content creator, but I don't know. Does fan fiction count? Do memes
Absolutely.
count? Is that? All right. Well, I guess I fucking make Shadowverse fan content then. I have also read Murder on the Orient Express, which is what I assume you're talking about.
Yes.
And I know how it ends, so I don't know if that'll give me a hint as to how today's session will go.
I mean, I do too, but you know, it may or may not necessarily apply.
And I play Bailey, the one with the flower hat and the lovely hair.
The one with
The
the dead
audience goes-
bodies.
The crowd goes wild.
Bailey's hair is lovely.
The one with the
True.
dead bodies.
Yeah, I'm trying to be the nice one, but I have killed 2 people. In my defense, one of them was a cannibal, so I think that's pretty
This is-
justified.
Wait a minute. This is just like the famous musical Trill to Oregon with Cletus Jones, who's killed 2 people. I can't believe this.
My turn?
Yes.
My turn?
Go ahead.
I'm Camu. Sorry, Camu. Depends on how you pronounce it. I used to write fanfiction. I think I'll still write fanfiction.
Well, take your time.
I'm a Belf simp. I'm also Vincent
Real.
simp. I just like older men in general.
You're so valid, because I do too. And, of course, you can... take your time, of course. I mean, life is life. We're busy. We can't, sadly, as much as we wish we could, we can't prioritize writing about anime video games. But, yeah, I will look... If or whenever you write again, I will very much look forward to it.
Thanks. I play Alon, the weird guy with a big hat. And the crab.
You know, it's funny,
Crab.
we think Alon is... You say Alon is the weird one, but I actually think Alon kind of has their stuff together more than... maybe more than the other 2. I originally thought this posse, you know, Bailey was kind of the voice of reason. No, I actually think it's Alon now.
Yeah, I think Bailey can be, but I do usually end up playing, like, the nice one, but not the one that has their shit together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have a counterpoint to all of this. Would there be a truly quote-unquote nice one in fucking Rivayle?
Fair.
I mean,
Fair enough.
good point! Honestly, to be honest, yeah, I feel like none of the protagonists of Fate's Trigger are what you would, except Miser, of course, are what you would,
Even Miser has his trauma.
I mean,
Or what you would
Miser
call
has
people.
trauma, But everybody else...
I've never done anything wrong ever. And also Selena didn't, but I can't say that or you guys will get mad at me.
Yeah, I can't
I was
say
Selena apologist. She did nothing wrong.
she looked good. She should have tortured more people.
Selena should have. I want 800 more chapters just about Selena. I love her so much.
That's great.
No, I was like, I feel like except for Miser, none of them are particularly what you might call good people.
Yeah.
True. None of them are.
Which I love.
Well, we love him anyway.
And I feel like...
Oh. We're still the same.
And I like how that's kind of the case for the posse here as well.
True.
Yes.
Denver's also a saint, but that's just my thoughts.
Alright, let me just make sure... Are you guys all... You guys, can you guys get in roll 20?
Ah, yes.
Oh, yes, of course.
I'm in.
Yeah, Camus
Camus
is
will be
in.
both of us. Why do I have 2 tabs open? Hold on. There we go. Why did you log out again? Oh my god. Give me a second.
Okay. No worries, no worries.
Roll 20 wants me dead. There we go. Check passwords. Fuck you. Okay, I'm in. Thank god.
Oh no. Okay, there you are. I see you.
The mice.
The mic.
The mice. And I'm gonna open my player sheet, which I always do.
Yeah. It's good to have
And I'm
fun.
all set.
Alright. For Saldigan here, I have to go through the whole start of session stuff, which is mostly just dealing the cards. Because, yeah, you just guys will have all your money and stuff here. It's not a big deal. Whatever. some of the gun stuff like that honestly ended up not really applying to this campaign, and I didn't realize that until we did a couple of episodes, so, don't worry about it.
Run!
Alright, so there you are. Alright, let's steal these cards.
Dara.
Well, they no turn.
Dara.
Perfect.
Alright. Now that the cards have been dealt, it is time.
Dead body, dead body, dead body.
Alright.
Oh my god, Reggie, hi.
Why is it not playing?
Oh, the bot's muted.
It shouldn't be.
deafened, I mean.
It's not muted.
No, it's deafened, I mean.
How do I undo that?
You can right-click it. I can't because I'm not admin. There should be like a red box that's checked that says deafened.
Red box. Server mute, server deafen.
Oh wait, no. It said that Marion Gallo Express had a problem loading
What?
in the chat.
Give what
It
a
says the
shot?
song didn't load.
Try again.
Some songs can't play on the bot because they're copyrighted. This could be a case of that.
Okay, let me find another upload. Sorry about this, folks. Small technical difficulty. No, it's not loading. This is a problem. Okay, I'm gonna have to play it through my end. You guys just bring up this and loop. You guys just bring this up and loop it for yourselves.
For sure.
I am very, very sorry. This
That's okay, Vibs. It's
doesn't
okay.
want to work. I can do it on my end. Give me one moment to do that. Did not anticipate this. Why would that... Okay. Alright. But that's technical difficulty out of the way. I deeply apologize. Allow me to set the scene. This evening, Diana, Bailey, and Alon, known to some as the Diehard Drifters. Mostly Diana likes to spread around that name because she came up with it. You are on a Magitrain known as the Zauberhaft Express. You were invited to this train and to taking this particular trip by Reggie, who you previously met in Tynog Mine, and she has been.
Hi, Reggie. Hi, Reggie.
Hi, Reggie. Yes, you previously met Reggie in Tynog Mine, and she has been extremely grateful for your help ever since that incident. And so she has decided.
Lady.
I'm sorry?
Pancake Lady.
Pancake Lady. Yeah, she does seem to have a fondness for pancakes, as you learned. Yes, and she has finally decided to pay it forward by inviting you on a trip that she had been planning with her mother and her good friend Jacqueline. They had been planning to go on a trip to a mountain retreat, a sort of vacation destination that was recently opened by the Scarlet Jewel Syndicate. This retreat is in a mountainous region, about a day and a half train ride from Rivayle. You're now you left earlier this morning, and now it's the evening. So you've been on the train for several hours now, and as you've been riding on the train, Alon, you've noticed the direction that you're headed, plus the name Jackalope Mountain. You realize you're heading back to where you originally came from.
Oh no, backstory.
Uh-oh. Scary.
Well, you haven't mentioned this though. You haven't mentioned this yet, if you decide to at all. You don't, because you don't want to make things awkward, at least again, not yet. But now, since it is the evening, and you've been on the train for several hours, and you are now in the dining car, having dinner with three people. Well, it's your group, and then there is so it's six people total at the table. And these people are you guys, of course, three of them. And the other three are Reggie, of course. There is her friend Jacqueline, and her mother, an elderly woman by the name of Dragomirov.
Is she Dragoncraft?
Well, she's Reggie's mother, so...
But both of the mothers that I think we know in canon, then, or I guess if this counts as canon, which it does in my heart, will be Dragoncraft then, because I assume Rachel would be as well.
Rachel?
Moms love dragons. Rowan's wife, Rachel.
Oh yeah. Moms love dragons.
Momcraft.
It's true. We have Prime Dragon Keeper. A card. She was like a dragon mom.
That too.
That's true.
Moms love dragons. I can't think of any other mothers. Well, I guess Lyle's mom and her status.
Oh yeah. The less we talk about that, the better, though.
Let's keep that one hush hush.
But yes, this train is this. So you are in the dining car having dinner with Reggie, Jacqueline, and her mother. Reggie's mother. And you're among the dinner conversation. Reggie starts to talk about the adventure so Jacqueline speaks up as you all are having dinner, and Jacqueline speaks up and said, "So Reggie, how exactly did you meet these folks again?" And Reggie says, "Well, it was a while back. I had this mission in something weird was going on in Tynog Mine, the gold mine. Yeah, something real funny was going on there, and it was some sort of strange magical phenomenon. Well, you know me, I'm an engineer. I don't know a darn thing about magic. So, but then these fellas came along and helped me out of a real sticky situation, I can tell you that much. If it weren't for them, I might have been had my soul sucked out by a ghost. And she sort of laughs, and her mother, Dragomir, just says, "Ah, my, that sounds like quite an adventure. You really do get up to some amazing things there, don't you, Regina?" And Reggie's all embarrassed. She's just, "Oh, just call me Reggie, Mom. It's what everyone calls me."
Alon mouth looks up from the confusing mess of cutlery and plates and mouths, "Regina?"
Reggie looks embarrassed, and she sort of like hiding her face. She says, "Oh, that's my full name, but it's rather embarrassing, so kind of fancy, a little bit too fancy for me. So I just say most folks just call me Reggie."
Diana gives a thumbs up.
Could call you peerless artisan if you want to be fancy, or if you want to be professional about it.
Reggie kind of laughs and smiles and said, "I always have been fond of that title too. It's quite flattering."
In Alon's heart, she is Pancake Lady.
Maybe Reggie is even having pancakes for her dinner. Who knows?
It was her. She's the Akechi of this game.
Dun dun dun.
So what are you? So enough about me. What are you folks been up to these last couple of weeks? I heard something crazy went on in some casino or something. She says, addressing the posse.
Bailey is pretty sure that Reggie could take this story, but they kind of glance at Miss Dragomirov and Jacqueline and go, "Well, it's not for the faint of heart, I'm afraid. There was some... The folks that ran that casino were up to some shady business, and we took care of that business."
Sheila Rig was involved. That's all you gotta know for you to know it was pretty gruesome.
Yeah, Bailey nods.
Oh my. Jacqueline looks Jacqueline looks kind of surprised, and she said, "Sounds like it might have been. Well, I've heard things about Lord Icy. That's certainly someone you wouldn't want to cross. Not that you want to cross any of the Titans, but certainly not Lord Icy." Dragomirov just kind of nods her head, and she says, "It's true. I ain't been living in the Golden Hills that long, but all my friends they're always talking about what a miraculous man Lord Icy is, and for helping make this here trains, and I can't believe my little Regina Reggie is even helped with them. Your engineering skills is Lord Icy took note of your engineering skills, and why the Magitrains have been so much better thanks to you, or so I've been told." And Reggie's kind of getting embarrassed again. She's like, "Aw, shucks, Ma, it was nothing. It was really nothing."
Alon looks at Reggie and says, You did good things, so be proud of them."
Oh, Reggie kind of blushes and smiles. She's like, "Oh, thank you, friend." So you all are continuing to chit-chat. You know Reggie already. You know Dragomirov, but you don't know this other friend of hers, Jacqueline. She's a young woman, short black hair, but she has these sort of pink not quite highlights, but this sort of pink part of her hair that sticks, sort of peeks through from the bottom. And her clothes are quite nice. They're actually not quite like any other fashion that you've seen, even among the high society of Rivayle. It's a very, very pretty, nice, unique looking outfit. Might even catch your curiosity. Like maybe you're wondering where she got this outfit.
He got the Ralmia hair.
She does a little bit. Never noticed that, but you're kind of right.
For the record, just because I consider getting that haircut, that's called a peekaboo cut, where the inside is a different color than the outside.
Yeah, it's cute. It's quite cute, and it's so you can see her. You guys can see her picture on I've got her picture up on the stream, and you should see it on Roll20. And I also posted her little profile up on for you guys, and also up on Twitter. So some of you observant folks may picked up on Jacqueline has a certain connection to a certain someone in Fate's Trigger, but that's not especially important right now. But I feel like some folks may have picked up on that. If maybe if nothing else, the hair gives it away. But yeah, Diana, you are kind of wondering a little bit about Jacqueline's outfit.
Oh, I mean, even if Diana was curious, I don't know if she'd be the one to ask, but, like, do you want her to ask?
Well, are you, so, I mean, I don't want to force you to do anything, I just kind of wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, I mean, like, Diana might look, like, clearly interested, but, like, she's in a place for, like, richer people right now, and that's where she's kind of pissed off. And especially with people who are wearing clothes she doesn't recognize immediately. It either brings her as very rich or very poor, and she doesn't want to affiliate with either group very strongly.
No, that makes sense.
But maybe, like, Jacqueline notices her looking weird, and so she, like, speaks up.
Sorry?
Maybe Jacqueline would notice Diana's staring a bit harder than normal and speaks up.
Oh, yeah, that makes more sense. Jacqueline, you noticed my outfit, haven't you?
Huh? And Diana just kind of, like, snaps out of the daze. Oh, yeah, sure.
Jacqueline kind of chuckles. She says, "It's mighty unique, isn't it? Real beautiful. My sister made it. She's got a real knack for tailoring and making clothes. This is her own original design, did you know?"
Oh, alright. And she kind of nods, mentally thinking that explains why it looks kind of different. And then she, like, glances away a little bit. Didn't know you had a sister? That's interesting. I do not.
Jacqueline nods, and she just says, "Oh yes, my dear little sister. Poor thing, she's quite sickly. Was born a weak heart, gets fevers all the time. But me and Mom and Pa do our best to take care of her, and I do everything I can for her as well." But
Well, I hope that's going well for you then.
It's going quite well. Yeah, it's going quite well. In fact, we were thinking, well, should finances allow for it, maybe in the next couple of years we could maybe have my sister open up her own dressmaker shop.
Really, why are you crying all of a sudden?
Oh my god. Yeah. Well, I think that's a lovely little dream and a lovely thing to do for your sister. I do hope her health takes a turn for the better.
I would give advice with money, but I may be rich, but I'm not good with money. So, don't ask me.
Oh, who really is aside from Lord Icy? She just sort of chuckles. She just sort of laughs.
Diana just nods and leans further back in her chair.
Yeah, Jacqueline can kind of tell that she's not. Jacqueline also, like, Diana grew up in the Golden Hills, and she can tell that Diana's definitely not like the other, like, rich girls that she's grown up with. definitely,
She's not like
I'm
other
not like
girls.
other girls.
hashtag not like other girls.
Exactly.
Well, suddenly Reggie speaks up. Well, hey, hey there, you and your, well, least I can do for you is that if anything happens to me, you and your sister will be all set. She's like,
Oh no.
Jacqueline just says, "Oh, Reggie, not that again." She just kind of rolls her eyes at this, and you're. She's like, "Adventure suddenly, but Reggie then speaks, still, despite Jacqueline's being like, "Oh no, not this again." She's like, "Well, adventuring's a dangerous business. If it weren't for these fellows here, well, I don't know if I would have survived that whole debacle in the mine. So, least I can do, well, if anything happens to me, is leave my workshop and all that I've earned to you and your family. I'm sure you'd make good use of it." And Jacqueline just kind of awkwardly smiles and says, "Oh, that is mighty kind of you, Reggie, really it is, but don't go talking like you're gonna die."
Is this foreshadowing?
Can't say I'm not afraid.
And the party just kind of everyone just kind of looking at each other awkwardly, but finally Dragomirov says, "Don't you worry there now, hon. It certainly would take a whole lot to kill my Reggie. She's got more spunk in her than a fiery dragon's breath. She takes it after me, of course. Why, I may not look it now, but I was a real mean daughter of a gun in my youth too." Yeah, Ma, you talk about that all the time. Yeah, but Reggie kind of also rolls her eyes too, in a way that you can tell that she's like maybe kind of doesn't believe her mom about this. Like apparently her mom talks about like all of these adventures and stuff that she went on when she was young, and Reggie just kind of thinks that, oh well, maybe she's just, I'm not sure if that really happened. I don't know if maybe she's just trying to feel a little bit more special since or trying to live vicariously through her daughter. Either way, it's clear that Reggie still cares a lot about her mother, especially since they're taking her on this trip to this retreat. But so you all continue the sort of dinner chit chat, and after a while, you start to notice. Any one of you start to notice that Reggie starts to look a little pale. She's normally pretty. She's got a pretty bright complexion normally, because even though she's in the workshop a lot, she's adventuring. She's out in the sun. So it's a little. All of a sudden you notice her. She's kind of slumping in her chair, and her skin's looking a little pale, looking a little sickly, and eventually, you guys can like cut in at any time. By the way, I don't want to feel like I'm like preventing you from talking. From preventing you talking at all. Yeah, whatever. Sorry about that. Yes. So you notice this after a while, and unsurprisingly, not too long after you notice this, she says, "I'm sorry, y'all, but I'm afraid I'm sort of not feeling quite so well."
Do you want to go lay down?
Reggie nods, and suddenly Dragomirov looks at her daughter, kind of very worried, and says, "Oh no, dear, are you quite all right? you do look a bit pale all of a sudden. And Reggie just nods her head and says, I think I'm okay, just really, really tired. I don't know, maybe, wouldn't have think a train trip would take much out of me, but I suppose here I am. I think maybe I'll go and, retire my room in the sleeping car, a tad early if y'all wouldn't mind. Sorry to...
No. Not at all. You get your rest, and we'll spend some time together tomorrow.
Jack...
Do whatever you like, Con.
Can Alon accompany Reggie? Can Alon accompany Reggie? Make sure she doesn't collapse.
That would be very... Oh, really? You'd like to help me back to my room? Well, that'd be mighty kind of you. Thank you there, Alon, right?
Alon nods and offers an arm and a shoulder to lean on.
So Reggie takes Alon's arm and said, "Really, it's mighty kind of you, friend. Thank you very much." And Jacqueline also nods and says, "Yeah, please go and rest up. We want you feeling better when we get to the retreat tomorrow." She nods back, and then, of course, and Reggie nods back. Of course. I'll do my best.
Does Reggie feel weird, like cold, clammy, sweaty, or...
She is sleepy. She's very sleepy. So, so I have given you guys the layout of the train. Here it is for the folks at home. You guys are currently in the dining car, so the sleeping car is just the one right next to it. And so, Alon, you help Reggie to her sleeping car, which is sort of in the far back, towards the luggage, which is the backmost car of the train. As you're about halfway down the hall, suddenly Dragomirov walks down the hall. She's running a bit quickly, trying to catch up to you, and she says, "Reggie, hon, wait." Oh? And you both turn around to see her, and she says, "Reggie, hon, if you ain't feeling well, then why don't you go and take my room?" Your room? Reggie looks kind of unsure, and her mom explains. "Yes, well, my room was you see, it was designed it's a little bit roomier, you see, since it's for a older gal like myself. But I wouldn't see any harm. It might be a little bit more comfortable for you. Would that really be okay?" And Dragomirov nods. Of course, darling. I want you to make sure you rest up and feel better, so you're all in tip-top shape to have some fun tomorrow. So she says, "Oh, thank you, Ma. You really are the best Ma in the whole world. I don't know what I'd do without you." She gives her mom a hug, and Dragomirov gives her a pat on the head. It's very sweet. And so, Alon, you help Reggie, accompanied with Dragomirov, a little bit farther down into the room in the sleeping car that's closer to the dining car where you were. And Dragomirov hands Reggie her key, she opens it up and she looks inside and says, "Oh, you're right, it is a little tiny bit bigger. Thank you. Thanks again, Ma. Really appreciate it. You sure you're gonna be okay in my You sure you're gonna be okay in my room?" And Dragomirov nods. She says, "Oh, I'll be fine there, hon. I've dealt with worse. I can take a slightly more cramped little sleeping room. I can certainly handle a slightly cramped sleeping room." She just laughs, and Reggie smiles and laughs too, and gives her mom another hug and says goodnight and enters the room and closes the door. So, thanks for lending my daughter a hand, she says, kind of, Dragomirov says, turning to Alon.
Alon nods up and unsure how to handle people thanking him. He's not that used to being thanked.
She can kind of pick up on that. She kind of picks up on that, but at the same time, she's still clearly very grateful. And she says, it was mighty gentlemanly. It was mighty gentlemanly of you. Reggie, I wish it would be nice to have some grandkids, but Reggie seems like the type that she's just never going to settle down. Girl seems married to her job.
Alon was alarmed at the mention of grandkids.
As Dragomirov notices this and she just laughs. That catch your attention, did it? Well, as I said, I don't think there's a soul on Rivayle that could win her heart. Shame for me, but whatever makes my dear darling Regina happy. She have a lovely trip, and it was lovely meeting you. Have a lovely trip now, she says, just kind of waving and then heading back towards one of the other cars, just leaving the sleeping car. So, Alon, would you like to go and meet back up with the rest of your posse?
Yep.
Alright. So, Alon, you head back to the dining car. You head back to the table where you were all sitting and having dinner, and Jacqueline says, "Well, since Reggie's won't go on and hit the hay, I think I'm gonna go ahead and head in the library car. See if I can get a little bit of some more reading before I have to hit the hay myself." And if any fiasco, thank you so much for subscribing on Twitch. A whole 15 months. That is absolutely incredible. I am grateful beyond words. Thank you so very much. I hope you enjoy the session tonight. Yes, I was embroiled in this fascinating book. So I'll catch you all later, all right? It was lovely meeting and talking to y'all.
May I go with you, Miss Dragomirov? I'd quite like to check out that library too. I haven't gotten a chance to yet.
Oh, this is Jacqueline you're talking to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dragomirov went to sleep. Silly me.
Oh, you're fine. Oh,
Miss Jacqueline, then.
Oh, of course. Right this way. It's right this way. And so, Bailey and Jacqueline head into the library car, leaving Alon and Diana still in the dining car. So who should we follow first? Who would like to go first?
Alon looks at Diana awkwardly.
Wait, sorry, I had like a sneezing fit. What are we going first for?
Oh, bless you.
No, it's okay. Gesundheit. Bailey and Jacqueline went into the library car, so it leaves you and Alon. What are you guys gonna do now?
Oh, no places. I think Diana wants to go to the lounge.
All right. So I guess we'll start with Diana and Alon then. So Diana and Alon head into the lounge, and this is sort of like the main, people area where people go and just sort of relax and watch the scenery go by as they're on the train. And this is where most of the other passengers are right now. This isn't an especially large train, but it's a nice one, but it's not super big, and it's not as fancy as some of the other trains that the IC and the Syndicate have. It's a pretty good one though. You'd probably give it this is a S tier train, but you'd probably call it maybe an A tier train. It's very nice, even if it's not super big. And
how comfy are the seats?
Very comfy. Very definitely very comfy. Bailey has never. it's all basically first class, which Bailey, being from Dustholm, isn't used to that. So while it's nothing, well, to Alon it's completely foreign, and Diana it's just kind of whatever. Bailey definitely thinks those seats are those are some of the nicest cushions that they've ever sat on.
Alon immediately goes to hug a pillow.
Diana just follows them along and sits next to him and kind of contemplates taking a power nap, but in the end just kind of sits there and lays her head for a bit.
So
Alon's looking outside the scenery, hugging a pillow.
Well, there's other people. Well, there are other people on this.
Oh no, Zero.
So I'm getting there.
If Zero is in here, she's turning around. I'm not kidding.
So there are a couple of people here you recognize in the lounge, and a couple of people that you don't.
Okay.
You notice the first person you notice is this rough outlaw-looking guy. He's just kind of over in this. He doesn't look like someone that you'd see on a train like this, because, as I said, this is a very nice kind of A-tier train. A very that normally you wouldn't see one of the more roughneck types from Dustholm, folks like this guy. He's a little out of place. He's very he sort of looks like he could. He looks like he could even be a bandit, though you don't want to assume. But he does seem much more of a more rugged fellow than you'd expect to see on one of these. Another is a kid, about 9 or 10 years old, a little boy. He is sitting on one of the train seats across from a man in priest. I don't know if there's a. I was trying to think of another word for what the proper word for a priest robes is. Is there a proper word for that? I don't know if there is.
Cassock?
I'm not sure, but it's a man in priest robes. And hold on.
Oh,
yeah, it's a man in priest robes. He has blonde hair. It's sort of both slick back and spiky. He's a bit of a goatee, but he's very handsome. But you can tell from what he's wearing that he's definitely a man of the church. He has the sort of clothing that you would only see people from one of the churches from Rivayle. It's a holy priestly. Why can't I words? he's clearly a man of the church, some sort of holy man. There's also those are all of the people you don't recognize. The
gun priest.
Yeah. And those are the people you don't recognize. There are two that you do, though only Alon recognizes one of them. The one is a female syndicate employee. Alon, you recognize her as a woman that you sold some furs to, not an especially long time ago. You are trying to remember, but you not sure. You try to recall her name, and you remember that it was Harriet. She was an employee of the syndicate that bought some furs from you, and the other one is another syndicate employee, the one that both of you recognize, that is of course Zero.
Hell no. Hell no.
Alon remembered the name. A miracle.
So the two syndicate employees, Zero and Harriet, are together. The outlaw-looking guy is over kind of by himself, and sort of in the corner. And then the kid and the priest, or the holy man, are sort of together, and you can kind of tell that the kid is kind of looking at the holy man sort of like kind of like in admiration. It's like he's like, wow, this person is cool, I want to talk to him. But they're a kid, and they're just like not sure how to approach somebody who they thinks looks very awesome to them. So what do you do from here?
I do genuinely think Diana would see Zero and then turn to go to her room instead. She just catches it. Bye-bye.
Does Alon have any reaction to this?
Alon is torn between following Diana or just staying with the pillows. He's starting to make a nest of pillows.
Oh.
Babe's just getting comfy. So real.
So Diana just straight up left the lounge car?
Yes. Yeah. Bye.
Okay.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Zero probably didn't even notice that you were there. For the record.
Perfect.
So as Alon is on the seat with the pillows, the kid comes up to him and says, "Hey, I like your hat."
Alon looks at the kid and says, I made it.
Wow, you made that all by yourself?
Alon nods and just vibes.
Just vibes. Wow, that's so cool. You can tell this kid is like really taken with it. They have never seen like this sort of hat that Alon has. It's definitely unique. Not something being, that's not the sort of hat that you see a lot of folks in Rivayle wearing. So this kid definitely thinks that's really cool. Is really interested, and now they're just kind of like eyes are almost like sparkling at Alon and says, my name's Jonas. What's your name?
Alon looks at the kid and simply says, Alon. Alon. Then he thinks for a moment and takes off his hat. Do you want to try it on?
What, huh? And this kid is just like, now they're just like about to like explode with excitement. And yes, they're almost he's making like little grabby hands at Alon. It's like, yes, I want to try the hat on. Yes.
Alon gently puts the hat on the kid's head, making sure it won't fall off. Although it's a bit big for the kid.
Oh, and this kid is just like over the moon. He is super overjoyed. Wow, thank you, Mr. Alon. This is so cool. How long can I wear it for?
As long as you like.
Oh, thank you. I'll give it back to you when we get to where we're going though. I'm not sure. Where are we going again? Grandpa forgot to tell me.
Alon tells him the train is headed to Jackalope Mountain.
Ooh, I don't know what that is. Grandpa forgot to tell me. He's the conductor.
Alon's a bit surprised, but in hindsight, it does make sense. It makes sense that someone related to the conductor would also be on a train.
Yeah, apparently this kid is I forgot. Did he introduce himself? Did he say what his name was?
Nope.
Oh.
Although Alon may not remember his name, he's just a kid in his
Yeah.
head.
Apparently I have short-term memory issues today. I said, oh yeah, my grandpa's the conductor. My name's Jonas. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Alon. Your hat is so cool. Thank you for letting me wear it.
Alon smiles and lets the kid have the hat for a while.
Aw, that's adorable.
He's happy with his pillows.
How wholesome. However, Jonas is definitely taking a liking to Alon, so he goes and sits next to Alon on his fluffy pillow seat. Says, "There are so many cool people on this train, like Mr. Anveld over there." And he says, pointing over to the priest man, who's just kind of sitting there he's kind of folded his arms. He looks very thoughtful. Sort of he's relaxed, but he's also but it also looks like he could be deep in thought. She's like, he's so cool. I hear about he's kind of like Sheriff Vincent, I heard, but he's not a Titan or anything. He just goes and he has this big gun. Have you ever seen it? It's these big guns that he has, and they shoot so many bullets. They go pew 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 pew, and they gun down all the bad guys and the sinners. And he says stuff like, "I am Judgment's Cannon, and God will bring down the wrath of God upon you." And it's so cool. And this kid is just.
I love this child.
I love him too. Jonas is
He is silly.
Jonas is a pure
He's
bean.
silly.
Jonas is a wholesome bean.
Silly little boy.
He's
Have you ever had a dream that you wanted to do so much that you would do anything?
True words never spoken.
So yeah.
Although I do imagine Alon looking at Anvelt and, oh no, handsome guy in a uniform.
You must think he's really cool, too, Mr. Alon. I think you're blushing. Jonas sort of.
Alon grabs a hat that isn't there to try to hide his blush, uses a pillow instead.
Oh.
That's adorable. Oh my gosh. Well, it seems like Alon's made a new friend, and possibly a new crush. So let us see what Diana left. We don't know, where did Diana go, right?
She's gone to her room.
Okay, so we'll go to Bailey. We'll go to Bailey next. So Bailey, you've had to.
That's me.
Yes, Bailey, you headed into the library car with Jacqueline, and there is.
So I guess actually Bailey would just see Diana walk right out again after walking in.
Hey, have fun.
What was that say?
Well, no. So wait, is Diana in the library car? Because she does have to go through there to get to the sleeping car.
Yeah, she just passed through there, so she would probably just say, "Hey, Bailey," and then walk past again.
Sure. All right.
She waves a bit as she leaves again.
All right. So after Diana leaves, Bailey and Jacqueline are having a look around the library car, and there is another person there. And you know that this person was the last person to get on the train. They were the only person who did not board from inside Rivayle. They got on the train last from a station actually outside of the city. And what's even more mysterious about that is the fact that they're wearing a mask. They're wearing a mask that, I'll bring this up on Roll20 and also on stream, so give me 1 second. So, this person is wearing a outfit that's mostly black with little hints of gold, and also along sort of their shawl, it's are what looks like feathers, black feathers. And almost to sort of match with that avian theme, they're wearing a mask that has a sort of long beak. And there's only one eye hole. They can only see out of one eye. This mask. For the folks at home, it's very, very reminiscent of a plague doctor mask. They almost sort of look like a plague doctor.
What are you doing here? I like that cravat. Oh, that outfit is cool. It's very Bloodborne.
I love this design. Ray knocked it out of the park with this design, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this person, you sort of think from the looks of their body, you might guess that it's a woman. But you don't obviously have no idea who this is. They're wearing a mask, and you haven't heard them speak yet. So it's hard to say. They're just sitting over by one of the bookshelves, and just seem to be keeping to themselves and away from everybody else. It's definitely very mysterious, considering they didn't get on at Rivayle. They're wearing a mask. Who even is this person?
It's a mystery.
It's very, very mysterious. And Jacqueline kind of looks over at them and said, huh. They sort of look over at the mysterious masked person and sort of whisper over Bailey. I don't know about you, but whoever that is, they're giving me a little bit of the creeps.
And Bailey kind of, adjusts their glasses and glances over. I see what you mean. They do look a little off-putting, but, well, that ain't no crime. They're not bothering anybody. I'm sure they have their reasons for hiding their face, so I think we ought to leave them be.
Jacqueline frowns, but ultimately she nods. I suppose you're right. A mask is quite spooky, though. I'll just, they seem to be wanting to be left alone, so let's make sure to go and do that. So, the two of you sit down, and Jacqueline starts, Ray, your thing is lighting up, but we can't hear what you're saying. If you are saying anything.
Oh, sorry, I'm not saying anything.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, your mic wasn't having any issues or anything like that. Alright.
No, I'm fine. Sorry.
Alright. So, two of you have a seat. Jacqueline starts talking about this book she's reading about a little girl. It's just like, well, it's this sort of fantasy adventure story about this little girl from another world, and she has the power to time travel. And she's been traveling across the universe and across time and space, and she ends up, but she's trying to finally head home after a long journey. But then something happens to her spaceship, and she ends up on this planet with all of these strange and colorful characters. And she's talking about this book, and it clearly sounds like a very fun and wholesome little adventure story. And Bailey is listening. They may or may not actually be interested in it, but eventually.
Even Rivayle is infected by the isekais.
Huh?
Even Rivayle is infected by the isekais.
Oh, god damn it. I'm assuming.
Oh my god, I hadn't even thought of that.
I'm assuming the description is a reference to something I'm not getting.
Yeah, the joke is it's a reference to a Hat in Time, and which is funny. So I didn't even think of that. I was just, yeah.
I need to finish A Hat in Time.
Now,
it, and I never read it.
Please do. But yeah, now I'm not going to be able to unsee Hat in Time as an isekai. Thank goodness.
Welcome.
Yeah, anyone's listening, just if nothing else, just to be polite.
So, and eventually, so at some point during the conversation, Jacqueline says something that Bailey, you were kind of thinking and feeling that you sort of had this thought in your head, and you weren't entire, and it was not even really, maybe not even a full thought, maybe just a feeling you were having, but you weren't saying it out loud, when all of a sudden Jacqueline acknowledges it. You there? Cap, are you there? So?
Yeah.
So, suddenly, this sort of thought, feeling that you were having, suddenly Jacqueline acknowledges it as if you had said it out loud.
And what would that be?
It kind of doesn't matter.
Alright,
Just make something up.
well, I haven't played half the time, so...
Oh no, anything you want. It doesn't have to be related to that.
It's probably something about this mysterious masked woman's outfit. Like, I really should ask her who designed that. I kind of like her vibes.
So as you're kind of thinking, feeling that, Jacqueline says, you actually sort of like, you actually sort of like the vibe of that mystery person over there.
Huh? Did I say that? Huh.
No, not really. You were sort of thinking and feeling it.
Bailey kind of like smirks a little. Oh, I see your game.
They say it's a mysterious power, but really it ain't all that mysterious. If you ask me, I can just sort of understand what some folks are thinking and feeling sometimes. Maybe can't always read the exact thoughts that are in her head, but sometimes I just get this sort of impression,
Like, yes, I think I see what you mean. Would that everyone had that power, it'd be so much more convenient.
Jacqueline sort of lashes. Oh, it certainly would. That's why I try to do my best to, well, everyone says one says I'm the answer to their prayers, a lot of hope and prevailing. Well, that's a lot of pressure to live up to, but I do my best for everyone that I can, like, especially my family. I don't know if my magic can really bring about anything, can really bring about a change I know everyone seems to be looking for, this brighter future, this illuminating the dreams of the people. It's love the thought, and, well, I hope that I can live up to it.
And Bailey kind of just like looks at her, kind of. Their smiles kind of drop to this point, and they're kind of just thinking of how to go about this. Well, don't take care you don't try and carry the whole world on your back.
She'd been looking a little bit melancholic, but now she looks at Bailey and smiles, and much more brightly, and she says, "Oh, of course, of course. That's why I got my friends like Reggie and you now. I hope."
Oh.
Not to mention my family, my dear sister, Ma and Pa. I think everything's gonna just work. It's tough to be. It's hard not to be afraid sometimes. Rivayle ain't an easy place to live, but I think everything's gonna turn out all right in the end.
When you say it like that, it gets a little easier to believe it.
She smiles, and she's clearly glad that she's found, someone else to kind of understands what she's she's used to being able to read other people's thoughts and feelings. It's nice to whenever she can find somebody who can do that for her, whether it be through magic or otherwise. But in any case, you two continue chatting for a while, and eventually it starts to get late. It starts to as you look outside of the windows from the library car, you see the sun is set and it's gotten dark, and you, Bailey, and you are probably starting to feel a bit tired. Thinking maybe it'd be time pretty soon to go and retire to your room in the sleeping car?
They will, but before they do, is Jacqueline still here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bailey will kind of like politely to himself, well, it's getting a little late. I should go and start getting ready to lie down, and you probably ought to do the same. Don't stay up all night reading.
I'll try not to, but this. Well, I certainly gotta see how this book ends.
I know the feeling. But so as they go, and they kind of like take a step away, and then turn and like kind of murmur to themselves like, "May the moon and the stars safeguard thy passage, Miss Jacqueline." And then they step over to the sleeping car. They briefly considered knocking on Diana's door, but decide against it and then go in and retire to their room.
Yep. Also, you.
Wanna go say hi? Where's your bestie? You left her behind. Unbelievable. What if she died in there, girl? Oh no.
They're assuming Diana's asleep because they went to bed forever ago.
Fair enough, I guess.
So, Alon, are you also going to head to your sleeping car?
Yeah, but he'll escort the kid first.
Oh.
Shout out to the kid.
Shout
He's
out
the
to
best member of
Jonas.
this campaign so far.
Oh. Yeah, so Alon, being Jonas's new hero, walks him, even letting him keep the antler hat for as long as he likes. Escorts him to the room, and then goes and retires to his own room. So, and before we move on with the next part, just give me one moment. I will be right back very quickly.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm just keeping careful track of who's sleeping where and in what order, because that was a big fucking deal in Murder on the Orient Express. There was like 5 times somebody brought up like, oh, it couldn't have been them because I would have seen them go by my car when I was. You got to keep track of these little details, and I'm glad that Nova put in the effort to like give an order, because I think that's going to be important.
I'm glad that Bailey was paying attention, because if you asked Diana, if someone asked her, did I go to bed after you, she would say yes every time, because she's not paying attention.
So, Reggie and Dragomirov switch rooms, right?
Yes. I did consider having Bailey like hang out with Diana in her room, but I think that since she went to bed early, Bailey would assume
You should do that. You can revoke it. They can be besties.
All right, I'll retcon it then. Fine, I'll ask when Nova gets back.
Yippee! Sleepover. You're so real.
Alan's
They're in rich people territory. This is perfect for Diana lore.
Is this metagaming?
Is what?
Is what?
Discussing who's in what room.
No, it's important. No, that's going to be very important.
Yeah, see, I told you, I've read Murder on the Orient Express. I know this stuff matters. Also, can I retcon that? Can I say that Bailey went to go hang out with Diana in her room?
Oh, yeah, sure. So
that sounds fun.
Play cards. They play cards all night long.
Like, as they, like, kind of bid Alon goodnight as well, because I assume they'd bump into each other, and, Billy would say hi to Jonas as well. Like, oh, you made a little friend, did you?
Okay. So you
and then they'll...
Yeah.
Sorry, and then they'll, like, linger at their door for a second, and then look at Diana's room and, like, shrug and go knock.
Alright. So you knock on Diana's door. And
After a very brief delay, she opens it, and she's like rubbing out her eyes a little bit. What was up? But to your shock and surprise, her hair is out of its drills. It's just kind of like curly against her back.
oh
She
my
took her
god!
drills out because she was napping.
I'm
Girl,
sorry,
it's
did I
Diana.
wake you up?
Yeah, why?
Well, I was gonna ask if I could set a spell with you, but well now, I mean, they start to back off.
Well, oh, okay. And she like flutters her eyelashes a little bit. I see what you're saying. Okay. Do you? She opens her door at her. Sure. I'm not occupied.
Oh my god!
Oh
Gee,
god.
Bailey will kind of sidle in, trying very hard not to bump into her by accident.
But she just clicks the door shut, locks it again, because she's a paranoid sleeper. Alright, well, these beds aren't like humongous, but they're better than a one-person bed, so, I'll try to scoop my hair up and, like, put it in front of me so you don't have to sleep over it, because I know it's a bit of a hassle. It gets all over the place.
Oh, I'm sleeping here now. Okay, well, since you insist.
Oh, is that not what you were offering?
I was just offering to talk and spend some time with you, but I mean, I don't mind if there's room.
Oh, talking. Okay. Oh, talking. Okay. And she nods a little bit more and just like has the stupidest smile on her face. Sure. What do you want to talk about? How are things?
Good. No, I spent some time with Jacqueline. She's a lovely woman, really, very, very sweet.
Jack?
Jack, yeah, sure. I mean, she's quicker. Yeah, I spent some time with her. Oh, now this is interesting. There's not a lot of non-fiction stuff in that library, unfortunately. I was hoping for some kind of magical treatise, but I did find this book. I think you'd like it. It's about, well, you see, it's about another world, of course, as these things so often are. It's this academy, you see, where people go to learn magic, and, the main character is this woman. She's a professor, and she's just real sick of everything. And then they kind of go off on the plot of this book, and then the student council president, she uses her magic to
Oh my god. I'm trying to understand the logistics of this. If this is just some bizarre multi-dimensional coincidence, or did
Phyllis got silly and put one book someplace. As Phyllis so often does, she got silly. But regardless, Diana's kind of going along. I got to be honest with you, I haven't read a book for leisure in like 8 years. The last one I read was it was like one that I can't remember the exact circumstances of how I owned it, but I think my dad bought it before he passed away. And then it was like one of 6 books that were in my house, and I got bored one afternoon and was like, all right, I'll read it. But then it was real sad. It was about like people dying, and I was like, okay, no thank you, and so I put it away, and I never really did read anything ever again.
I'm sorry, why is this so funny? I'm sorry, even when Diana says terribly sad things about her past, she somehow makes them hilarious.
Yeah.
She's just so silly. Silly, heart. Regardless, Diana like taps at her eyes a bit again, rubs them. Well, thank you for talking with me. I want to go to bed soon. I gotta be honest. I'm sleepy, and do you know how long this train trip is?
How long is it?
You should be there by tomorrow afternoon.
We got a sizable chunk of tomorrow, but probably won't be too terribly late when we get there.
And Diana loudly scoffs and shakes her head a bit. Alright, fine, whatever. I'm just saying though, for now, and she puts up a finger, if we get into another stupid situation with like criminals and shooting, I'm quitting forever. And then she flops back into the bed and pulls the blanket over herself.
Oh no.
Oh
You
no,
know what, Diana? I
Diana.
wouldn't blame you. Do you still want me to? And Bailey kind of just like awkwardly points at the empty space beside Diana.
She turns her head over and then nods a little bit. Yeah, all right, sure. I can make room. And she scooches further to the side of the bed.
Yeah, Bailey like takes their head off and rests it somewhere and kind of like flips out their hair, lets it kind of fan behind them. Now that it's not under the hat, and they'll lie down. They're trying very hard not to like touch Diana too much because they have no idea how to approach this.
She wasn't kidding when she said she would scoop her hair and to throw it over the other side of the bed. She did in fact do that, so that there's a lot more space between them.
Appreciate it. You know, darling, if that does happen, I understand that all this weighs on you. You know, you're not in the business like I am, but I hope we can spend some time together, even if we're not going on jobs and such.
Diana doesn't respond for a few moments before, like, very slowly tilting her head over and looking at Bailey just out of the corner of one of her eyes. I'll tell you this now. That last mission we did, the things that happened there. No, not last mission. How many missions have we done? And she, like, stops, looks away. The one with Ashilendrig, I don't care, that one. I hated that. That made me miserable. If we have to see that stuff again, I'm not kidding, I'm done. I don't want to look at that man again in my life, if I can help it. She just kind of turns over, and just her usually friendly demeanor has shifted to a very, very sad one.
Oh, Diana, honey, I feel you, but also you live in Rivayle.
Well, you know what? She's done very well at not looking at him for a very long time. Not so far.
I completely understand. Like I said, you just call me up anytime and we'll go get a drink or whatever you like. And Alon too. I know he's kind of quiet, but you've been real sweet to him. He likes you. Sleep well.
Diana doesn't say anything or move, but she smiles a little bit from where she's lying down, and then she goes to bed.
Alright. Whew, okay, so you've all gone to bed. The night passes on, you're sleeping peacefully enough, maybe some of you more peacefully than others. And through the night, the train goes along the trails through you're far outside Rivayle now. Out in the nothing seems to be nothing and no life but you in the train. The lights of the stars shining far up above. And then suddenly you feel, whether or not this wakes you, a sort of jolt. It's difficult to describe. It sort of feels like you've pierced some sort of darkness. An unknown presence sort of makes its way through you, almost like you've shot with a bullet, but it's not. But it's a feeling, a sensation of unknown and dread, and something that may be beyond your comprehension. If nothing else, it's really damn spooky. So, and not too long after you feel this, whether it's in your waking or your sleep, the train slows, and then it stops. And you suddenly hear a bell, and a very, very loud voice, with a weird accent that you can immediately tell is so odd, and clearly not native Rivalian that you're almost wondering what the hell this person is even saying, as you hear him screaming. It's clearly it's like an older man's voice. But he says, all right, all of y'all, up! We got an emergency!
Old man conductor?
Everyone,
Old man conductor.
out to your sleeping cards! Out! Out to your sleeping cards right the hell now!
Alon makes sure to pick up his gun as he gets up and gets out of his cabin room, whatever.
Yeah,
Yep.
Bailey
Diana's
had
probably the
right by
last
the
out
bed.
because she has to put her hair back in its curls. She requires it. Must be so.
Alright. So eventually everyone comes out of their cabins and you see and at first you don't see whoever it was, the guy who was just yelling a moment ago, telling you to come out of the cabins. So everyone's just kind of looking around over each other, confused. And eventually everybody kind of ends up putting their focus on, well, the syndicate employees, because they're the ones who are technically the ones working on this train, aside from what may have been the conductor that you just heard. And so Zero, everyone kind of looking expectantly at him and Harriet is like, or them and Harriet is like, the conductor wants us all to come this way. And so this, yeah, sorry about this, y'all, says Harriet. Something must have happened. All of us need to meet in the lounge. So Harriet and so everyone looks at each other like, kind of like, oh yeah, something happened. It's like the middle of the night, and they're all waking us up to apparently this was from the orders from the conductor. So everybody follows Harriet and Zero into the lounge car. And there you see the conductor, who is an older man. You can tell he is probably naturally kind of a bright yellow blonde, but it's starting to go gray because he's a grandfather, as you found out from his grandson being on the train. And a lot of his hair is like kind of covering his face, and most of his hair is covering his face. And once everyone is there, he's like, "All right, everyone. So we hit something. I ain't sure what it is, but this train ain't gonna move anymore until we figure out just what's going on here." Jacqueline kind of raises her arms like, "We hit something?" She's and the conductor sort of says, "Yes, we hit something. We ain't sure if it was a person or a creature or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. That's what we got to do according to protocol." It's like, and Jacqueline turns over to Bailey and says, "What is he? I can't understand what he's saying."
His accent
His
thicker than a bowl of
His
oatmeal.
accent is too... She apparently cannot understand his accent.
Thick.
I assume I can understand it, right?
Maybe you can, maybe you can't.
Well, from what I heard, it sounded like we hit something. They're not sure what it is, but they've got to follow protocol, and apparently that requires waking all of us up. Their glasses are kind of askew on their head because they had to take them off to go to sleep, and they kind of just like rub their nose, look back at Diana and Alon to make sure they're okay.
Alon looked around for the kid, just to make sure he's alright.
Yep, Jonas is there, Jonas is there. He comes out of the crowd and he goes up to the conductor. "Everything all right, Grandpa?" And he says, "Oh yes, everything's fine there, Jonas. We'll just figure out what's going on and then we'll be on our way. Afraid ahead. Sorry to wake you all, but as I said, syndicate protocol. and
He's
Harry.
scary that Britain exists in Rivayle.
Well, he's Scottish. Why he's
I was
Scottish?
gonna say,
I will leave all of you to wonder.
Scottish!
I was thinking of Cockney, my bad. I'm
No,
bad with accents.
he's supposed to be Scottish. I'm sorry, my
yeah,
accent
I got that. I got
is
that.
terrible.
It took me a while to realize the accent.
Yeah. And yeah, Harry and Zero kind of not in agreement. It's like, and Harriet says, yes, yes, this is what we have to do. So if we think we've hit any living thing that happened to be on the tracks, we do have to find out and assess what it was before we can move on. And everyone was like, everyone kind of looks at each other and kind of shrugs, like, well, it's unfortunate, but I guess it makes sense. But then suddenly Reggie speaks up and said, wait, where's Ma?
Oh no.
Ma, and she looks around in the crowd and she realizes her mother isn't there. And she's, Ma? And she's looking in the crowd and it's like, and Ma, where are you? And she's looking around in the connection. She says, hey, something the matter, lassie? And she's like, yeah, my Ma, she ain't here. And I don't know how she could have slept through all your hollering, but let's go. Maybe somehow she did. Let's go. Well, we need to go and find her and wake her up and let her know what's going on. So everyone else stays in the lounge car, but Reggie heads off back to the sleeping car. And a couple of minutes pass, and she still hasn't come back.
Oh no.
And you're thinking maybe somebody should go after and see what's going on.
Bailey,
Alon volunteers.
Yeah, Bailey is already starting to walk back there, and kind of they were gonna grab Alon and drag him along, but seeing that he's already walking, they just nod at him.
So, you all had. So, is Diana coming too?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna have Bailey drag her along, but then I was like, she needs a break.
Okay,
If you want to drag her along, you can, but she's not coming
No,
around.
it's fine.
Okay.
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 Even even if it means staying in the same space as Zero.
Wait, you're right. Oh, no, she's coming.
I think she's just glancing back and forth between Bailey and Alon, Zero, Bailey, and then she's sighs and starts walking off.
Yeah,
That is so true. She would do exactly that.
it's hilarious because Zero has just been minding their own business, acting like a completely normal syndicate employee this entire time. And
She does not care. She do not care. No. Get her away. Get away.
Yep. Okay, so you guys follow Reggie back to the sleeping car, and she's at the room that is labeled on the train layout that I gave you. The room that is labeled as hers. And she's trying, and you can tell she is trying and struggling to open the door. She's like, and she turns to you guys as you come into the room. It's like, oh, there you are. I was just about to go and get someone. I just can't get this damn door open. Something's wrong. I'm worried about Ma.
Is it locked?
Yeah, it's locked, obviously.
Alright, okay. Well, how do you open a locked door? You get a key. Who has the key? Did you give it to her, or do you still have it?
She'd have her own key. The other person who can open it is one of the syndicate folks.
And alright. Bailey takes out one of their hairpins and hands it to Alon.
What should I roll to lockpick?
Ooh,
What should I roll to lockpick?
that's a good question.
Alon
I
instantly
probably
gets-
should have looked that up before that, but let me go and double check what lockpicking
Oh,
would fall
it's
under.
under handiwork.
Oh, it's under
Yeah, I was
handiwork, correct.
including handiwork, and my handiwork is bad, so...
We both have 0, but Alon has 1.
Right.
Alright,
One this.
alright, Alan.
1d6.
Yep, roll handiwork to try and lockpick that door.
The hairpin breaks.
Yep, we rolled a 1, so...
I imagine that, like, Diana and Bailey are watching excitedly, and the moment that the hairpin goes to the door, it just snaps into the very second.
Yep. Unfortunate.
Alan gets frustrated and tries to brute force it.
Yeah, I was gonna Bailey's eyes instantly go to the gun on Alan's belt.
So, the lock...
Alan then starts kicking it not at the hinge. Just what kind of door is this? Is this a sliding door or one with
I would say that's
with the
I would
hinge?
say that's guts. That's like a feat of strength if you're trying to kick the door in.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll guts.
Okay, roll guts.
That's one, right?
Yeah, check your sheet.
Oh!
Let's go! The perfect kick.
So, oh man, yeah, fantastic.
So Alan kicks it right at the sweet
Alan
spot
very
where the door is
successfully,
weakest.
with almost unstoppable force, kicks in that door, and it goes practically flying off its hinges, as the door to the room that is labeled as Reggie's is now open, and.
Y'all wanna see a dead body?
Don't spoil the surprise. They say it's surprise, even though
Can we a Bernie's it?
if this episode wasn't called Murder on the Magical Express. You look as the door is now open. You look inside the room and you see. Hold on, I stopped it on your end, but the bot was never playing anyway. I thought that it was. Okay, so stop the music for a second. All right. You look into the room, and you see. The dead and bleeding body of Dragomirov.
No.
She is sprawled out, having covered in her own blood, on the bed.
Oh, masters. Bailey tries to shield Diana's eyes.
That worked very effectively. She's just like, what? Huh? But she realizes that her eyes are probably being shielded for a reason, and then just lightly grabs Bailey's fingers and presses them further onto her eyes.
Alan immediately goes to the body. Can he check for the body's condition? Like if it's still warm or...
Yeah, so as you approach the body and you can see she's, the blood has mostly dried, so she can tell she's been dead for, this murder didn't happen, like, within the last hour.
So a few hours at least.
A few hours at least, yes. And so she's, yeah, her whole chest is covered in her own mostly dried blood. And as you're looking at this, Reggie sort of slowly walks into the room, and you can tell she has never looked more cold and pale than she does right now, just unable to believe her own eyes as she slowly, almost with a tremble, stumbling, walks forward. Ma? And she can't believe what she's seeing, so she just falls to her knees. No. No! How did this happen? How? No! How did this happen, Mom? And she starts freaking, and she's unsurprisingly starts freaking out and crying. She goes over to her mother's body and is just standing over it and is just sobbing and basically hysterical, as one would be.
Alon.
That's gonna... Go ahead.
Alon tries to comfort Reggie, both hands on her shoulders.
Diana, that's gonna attract the others. Go and hold them off. We need to be alone.
Oh, okay. And she just steps away and then looks around a bit confused and then just goes to stand in the doorway that leads into the room compartment. Where else to go?
Well, Well, it takes a
Sorry,
moment.
Richie.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, I was asking what you were gonna say.
So it takes a moment, but eventually Reggie is able to kind of turn her head and respond to, Bailey and Alon who are trying to comfort her, and she says, "You'll help me find who did it, right?"
Alon nods.
I won't, thank you, cause I won't rest until I find Ma's murderer. I'll bring him to justice like no one's ever brought anyone to justice before. I'll outdo Sheriff Vincent himself with how much justice I'll bring. And
well, you're a friend, and she was a kind woman. We intend to help you. And even if that weren't the case, I am an officer of the law, and there's a murderer on the loose. So, Billy adjusts their glasses. Let us see what we can do here. May I? They kind of try and politely nudge the others to the side, so that they can examine the body.
Alon urges Reggie to move aside a little. Give Bailey space.
So you kind of help Reggie out of the room, as she doesn't want to look at her own mother's corpse any more than she has to. But when you're sort of out there, all three of you now, since Diana was sort of in the doorway, now back in the hall, she said, "Well, I suppose we ought to start with finding out exactly how Ma died. It didn't look exactly pleasant. Looked bad, rather messy."
My thoughts exactly. Alan, you said this blood is pretty dry, so it's, like Alan said, it's likely that she's been dead for a while, but the question is, slashed, stabbed, or shot? A gun would probably make too much noise. And it's unlikely she was attacked with someone's bare hands, or there wouldn't be this... Well, they kind of gulp. This much blood. So, can I try and examine the body? See any, any signs of a struggle, signs of what the weapon might have been?
Yeah, go in and go for it. I think that would be trying to find where that would fall under.
I would say that would be survive, but that's just my gut instinct.
I'll
Because
double
you're checking someone's survival.
I forgot what this would fall under.
Maybe hunt also.
Hunt or squint.
Hunter
I
squint,
think
I would
it's hunter
assume.
squint.
Let me see.
No. Yeah, squint. Appraise a person or situation in greater details.
Yeah, okay, it would be squint then. Yeah. So if you're trying to examine the body, then roll squint.
Shouldn't my hunt be 1? I only improved it once.
Is it not 1 on your sheet?
No, you
Did
have
you
it as
start?
2.
Did you start with a hunt of 1?
You might have
No.
started with 1.
I don't think so.
I'll check it. I'll check it later. But
I will also invoke a spectacle for this as they adjust their glasses, so I will roll 2d6. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, some fucking deputy I am, apparently.
poor Bailey. Yeah.
The best coroner in all the lands.
Can Alon help?
Yeah, Alon can help too. Because apparently Bailey tries to take a look and they realize, oh wait, they're a deputy, not a doctor. They're not really good at assessing this kind of thing. They have no idea how to determine what happened to Dragomir off. So, Alon, what do you do?
Can Alon determine where all the blood came from? Like, are there any tears in the mother's clothes?
Yeah, roll squint.
1d6. Right.
Oh, success. So Alon takes a look, and by contrast, he's able to see that what it looks to be stab wounds in Dragomirov's chest. You
Like, a lot of them or just a few?
try to count them, and from your estimation, you think it's like 10 to 12. You're not.
Fuck.
She was stabbed several times.
Oh god. Oh god.
So Reggie is still outside with Diana. She's kind of like hugging herself and just has a lot to think about right now. Clearly, and definitely looks very distant, lost in thought. Diana may or may not notice this.
Diana probably does, but I don't know. She's probably spending a lot of time thinking about what to even say in this kind of situation.
Yeah, certainly pretty awkward.
But after a bit of contemplation, she like slowly steps over, very like awkwardly, grabs her shoulder. I'll ask my mom too. I know how it feels.
Reggie perks up and looks up towards Diana and tries to smile and isn't really successful, but you can tell she's trying to acknowledge the sympathy that Diana is trying to give her, and she's like, oh thank you. It ain't easy, is it?
It doesn't. Well, and Diana looks away, thinks for a moment, looks back. It don't end here. There's still a future ahead of you.
She nods very slowly and says, yes, of course. I'm gonna keep living to my fullest, because as I've always done, but I know now I won't ever stop, even more than I already would. Just for Mama, she's clearly having a hard time even finding the words. She's trying to. A lot of people look up to Reggie. She's a little bit of a local heroine, and a lot of people admire her. So she tries to put on a strong and a brave face, but now she's finding it more difficult than she's ever had before.
Diana kind of like taps her hand a little bit. Hey, for right now, you don't have to look brave for anyone. You can be sad. It's okay.
She looks at Diana for a long moment, and then suddenly just pulls her into a hug.
Diana kind of stiffens, but then very slowly hugs her back.
I'm sorry. I should have said something before I touched you like that, but you can see I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Just let it out now, and let's try to keep things smooth, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. You're an incredible woman. Your whole posse are real heroes. At least, I think so.
Well, we try to be. She gives a very poor smile, but she is genuinely trying.
Well, you did want a bang-up job, if I sure do say so myself.
Thank you.
And we're gonna bang up whoever it was that killed my ma.
Diana, like, she tries to smirk, but it doesn't really work out properly, and it just kind of looks like a weird smile, but she nods.
So, as you're doing this, eventually some more people come into the hallway of the sleeping car, and it's Jacqueline and Harriet, and she's like, "What?" And she's, "We've been waiting forever. What exactly is going on?" And you and you turn to them and say, well, Reggie says, it's I can't even say it. Jacqueline looks very concerned. Harriet also looks really concerned. Harriet decides to just go ahead and take the initiative. She goes and she enters the room, and she's looks very shocked, to say the least. And she's very professional. So what she does is she goes ahead and she goes over and she joins Bailey and Alon around examining the body, and she's like, mind stepping back, y'all? I have medical training.
Alan steps back. Although he is looking for the knife that killed... He's looking for the murder weapon at the same time.
Roll squint for that.
But is there a murder weapon, or is it not there?
Alan looks very thoroughly around the room, and does not find any trace of the murder weapon. Not that you're entirely sure what that is. It was a stabbing, so it's most likely a knife. But the room seems to be clear of anything that would, be used for something like that. And as Harriet's examining the body, she says, she was stabbed 12 times in her chest. Judging by the blood and how it's dried, looks like this murder might have happened sometime after midnight. The current time it's maybe about 3-4 a.m. A couple of hours till sunrise.
When did me and Alan go to bed, give or take?
You guys probably went to bed maybe 10-11 o'clock.
Okay. And then I assume we talked with Diana for like an hour. I would have been
something like that. Yeah.
Asleep by then.
You guys were asleep when this happened.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, good.
Okay.
Is the order of the passengers in the sleeping cabin recorded somewhere?
I posted it on the Discord.
Yeah.
It's in universe, not in.
Well, the doors are marked.
Doors are marked.
They're marked by color, and then everyone has a key with like a color-coded key.
Oh jeez, the kid's sleeping right beside the murder site.
Well, you know this because you got your own color-coded key, so to your room. So, yes.
Oh jeez. The kid.
So Harriet looks over at Alan's like, "What are you looking for? What are you looking for there?"
Alon tells her he's looking for someone who might have heard the murder. He's looking for records, whoever's in the adjacent rooms.
Well, I think the best way to determine that is just to round up everybody and we start investigating.
That's what I was thinking too. Rayleigh stands up.
So as you guys leave the room, you see Jacqueline and Jacqueline giving Reggie a hug. She clearly having explained what happened, and then all of you travel back to the lounge car, where everyone is, including the conductor, and Harriet says to everyone, as now they're here, "Listen up, y'all. This ain't whatever the conductor hit. That ain't our only emergency. There's been a murder." And and everybody gasps, unsurprisingly, except Zero, who is emotionless as ever. And yeah, and So, she's like, but the conductor seems like, he's just like, he's especially flabbergasted, and he's just like, murder on my Zauberhaft Express! And Harriet just kind of sighs, and she's just clearly had to, she's sighs, like, this is not the first train that she's been on where she's had to deal with this conductor. It's very loud with this bizarre accent, and she's just like, of course, this is the guy who's the conductor when this happens. But she sighs and kind of rubs her temples, and she's just like, yes, Miss Dragomirov was killed in her room. But then suddenly Reggie speaks up, and she says, no, that wasn't our room. And everyone sort of looks at Reggie like, we swapped rooms. I wasn't feeling well after dinner, so she offered to let me sleep in her room. It's a little bigger, y'all. So that room she died in, that was actually mine.
And as Reggie explains this, something seems to dawn on Bailey. And they kind of step forward. Folks, I'm an officer of the law. Please don't panic. We'll take care of this with all haste. But in the interest of sharing all relevant information so that anyone who knows anything may come forward, they say there are 3 things that must be possessed for someone to commit a murder. You must have means, motive, and opportunity. Now, I was thinking to myself, why would someone want to kill that nice old lady? And, well, and they glance over to Reggie, it's entirely possible that in the dark they didn't realize who they were stabbing. That our peerless artisan was their target.
Wait, Reggie says, looking at Bailey, you'd think whoever it was who killed Ma, they were really trying to kill me?
It's entirely possible.
Suddenly, the strange person who now you are fairly sure is a woman based on her voice, oh, whoops. Nobody in chat say anything. What you're now sure is a woman based on her voice. The mysterious person in the sort of black feathery outfit and the mask with the bird-like beak speaks up, and she says, "Yes, that's my theory as well." Everyone sort of looks at her, and everyone looks at her, and Jacqueline says, "Who are you?" And she just shakes her masked head, and she's, "It's not important right now. It's not important right now. What is that we get to the bottom of this. Now, I'm going to need everyone needs to stay here. Nobody can leave this room. We need to question everyone."
Bailey kind of like brushes some dust off of their vest. Because I was also going to say that, yes.
And
Diana raises her hand.
Yes. The masked woman turns to Diana and says, "Yes, ma'am."
I got a question. So, if we're figuring out who died where, in the interest of honesty, I'm gonna disclose now that me and Bailey slept together last night. So if any of y'all are gonna say I know it was Bailey because they were in their room, no, they weren't. They were with me. And she smiles.
That is true. Yes, I sat down to a nightcap with a friend.
She just nods in agreement.
I recognize that I may be somewhat of a suspect, given that I was rather close to Reggie's room at the time, but if necessary, I am willing to have my room as well as Diana's searched to prove that I do not have anything that could have possibly been used to kill her. I think Bailey might have woken me up. I did not get woken up last night. So
as you can see, some of the people are paying attention to what you're saying, but others seem to be focused on the comment or how Diana phrased it that we slept together last night. In
very
particular,
heart-wrenching.
Anvelt, who was just you can kind of
Also,
depending on how
please.
smart to him you can maybe hear him mutter, sinful behavior.
Oh,
Alan.
Sinful
shut up, old
behavior.
man.
Alan tries to speak up
Mm.
and ask, is I wish to know who are in the adjacent rooms
Mm.
last night during the murder.
Uh.
There may be witnesses who might have heard
Mm.
who might have heard the murder.
Suddenly, Jonas, the kid, speaks up. Says, I saw something funny last night. Or this night. I saw something weird.
Alan paled.
He was right next to her room, wasn't he? Bailey kind of like kneels down. We'll go on, little fella. Share. You can tell it to Alan if you like.
Okay, so I was sleeping in my room, right? And then I felt, I don't know, I think I had a nightmare or something. I don't really remember it all that well now, but I woke up, and at least I think it was awake. Maybe it was still a nightmare, I'm not sure. But I saw what looked like there was somebody in my room. I didn't know who it was. It was like they were all dark and like covered in shadow and stuff. It was scary. So I left my room. And I went to go knock on Mr. Alon's door, but he didn't answer. And so when he didn't answer, I went to Mr. Anvelt's room because he's really cool too. And I knocked on his door, and he opened it up, and he came outside. And Anvelt finally speaks up more and says, all right, that's enough there, son. Yes, this child here came and woke me up. Time must have been. Time must have been, well, I'm afraid I wasn't especially keeping track of it, but it must have been after midnight. I followed this child back into his room to ensure him that everything was safe. But as I did, I heard something. I heard what sounded like, well, it was a bit muted or muffled, but it sounded like maybe a yelp of a woman. And he continues. I headed over to the room. I believe now is the location of the murder. I knocked on the door, and as almost immediately after I knocked, I heard a woman respond, saying, "Sorry, I'm all right." After that, I assured little Jonas here that everything would be fine and helped him back to his room. So, based on this, I would assume that the victim was not yet dead at this point.
That, or Bailey kind of starts rubbing her chin. Did you recognize the voice? Did it sound anything like Mr. Dragomir or can you not answer that?
I was not well acquainted with her, I'm afraid. I can't say it was a voice that I recognized.
Alright. Now, little Jonas, you said there was a shadowy figure in the room. Could you make anything out about them, or was it too dark?
Jonas, this is for Jonas, and so he speaks up to answer Bailey. No, it was too dark. They were all like shadowy and stuff. I'm not even sure if anyone was really there. It might have just been a nightmare. I'm sorry.
No, it's alright. This is actually very helpful. We need to have all the information we can.
So as you're talking to... Okay, no, go on.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything.
Okay.
So is that one side of the room?
Yeah, that's one side accounted for.
Who's the Alon then asks who is on the other side of the room.
Okay, so everyone is currently here. So the other people here are Harriet Zero, Jacqueline, um, and the woman in the mask, and the outlaw-looking guy who you don't know the name of. But he's just been sitting there he's just been kind of over in the corner by himself, keeping to himself, not said anything. And oh no, go on.
Here's my thought process. Alright. We're gonna interrogate everybody, and it's best if we split up to do so. Diana?
Yeah?
That bandit fellow's been notably silent, and something tells me he won't trust me. Can you go and try and talk to him?
Oh, yeah, alright. And she looks over at him, and then, I guess just after a moment, just approaches. Hey, I guess we're investigating now. What's the word, alibi?
I don't know nothing about what happened. I was asleep.
Well, that's okay. Well, what'd you do today? Like, where'd you go?
Mostly just sat in here.
Okay. And, what time did you go to bed?
Wasn't really paying attention.
Well, that's not helpful. Can you make, like, an estimation at least? Or at least just, like, lie to me to make me feel better.
The guy just kind of smirks and chuckles a little bit from Diana's suggestion. It's like, yeah, sure. I don't know. I went to bed before midnight or something, I guess.
Alright, well, okay. And which room color thing are you? I need to take it. I just want to, like, see it.
I lost my key.
You lost it? Where? Or, wait, no, you lost it. Okay, well, what color was it then? Because you should still know that, right?
The guy looks kind of stern. The guy looks just very kind of a strict, a very stone-faced expression, and says, I don't. It says, and he's not answering. I don't gotta tell you nothing.
Oh,
I don't gotta tell you nothing. I had nothing to do with this. All right. You look and find evidence. Talk to everybody else. You'll find that out. I don't gotta say a thing.
Diana, like, looks very confused. Well, I'll tell you what, mister. I'm just saying this from my point of view. I've never been involved in a murder before, but I'm, like, aware of people telling me stories of murders. And typically, when someone says they don't want to be involved in a murder, it is not a good omen for their outcome in the situation of said murder. So I got to say, if you don't want to become, like, suspect numero uno, an answer on what your key color would be, which is not a hard question to answer. That's like first grade work, would be super appreciated.
The guy looks frustrated and like he definitely doesn't want to answer. But eventually, after a moment, Harriet walks over to the two of you and she says, I can confirm he was in the room next to the victims, but I can confirm he has an alibi.
Okay, well that's helpful, thank you. What's the alibi then?
He says, and she starts to blush, and the guy just sort of looks away.
Oh my.
It's like, it's, I suppose She's clearly not wanting to say. It's a private matter, but you can have. But well, as you can see, I do work for the syndicate. It is my duty to follow protocol here and make sure this investigation is followed to the letter. I don't think this particular detail needs to be uncovered. Let's leave it at that.
And they'll be like, y'all thirsty motherfuckers.
Diana just squints very hard for a moment, and then just slowly leans her head back. Fine, sure, alright, if y'all want to be suspicious and not provide key information, then I'll go and talk to my friend again. And she just saunters off back to Bailey
Well,
and taps
actually,
their shoulder to get their attention.
try it.
There's a murderer on the loose. Woman, good
I'm not a
God.
murderer, I don't have sharp fingernails.
Okay. You got his out
And then-
back,
and then I
or
guess-
not?
Well, I don't know their names, but man and woman over there said that they had an alibi for each other, and that man there was in the room next to Reggie's room. And from the way they were reacting, I think they may be in a relationship.
Oh my. Well, hopefully that won't have to come up. Let's see here. Harriet, I didn't suspect her from the start. She's a syndicate employee, for one, and it's unlikely that she would risk a job like this. For two, she's by far the farthest away from Reggie's room, and someone surely would have seen her walking there. And, of course, now she does seem to have an alibi. Both she and that bandit fella are covering for each other. Don't think it was Zero either. He'd also have to walk quite far, or they'd also have to walk quite far. And quite frankly, I don't think they would have a motive to do much of anything.
I think
they
they're just shifty. They're evil. They would have done it.
If Zero wanted someone dead, no one would find the body.
That's true. I agree. Like I said, means, motive, and opportunity. I can't see Zero doing that, although that may change after we interrogate them. Reggie didn't kill her own mother. I know that much.
I don't want to interrogate them.
So
I understand.
speak of the devil, as soon as Diana says, "I don't want to interrogate them," right behind her, a familiar, very cold voice speaks up. Let's just get this over with.
Diana,
They're right
right
behind
in
you.
the face, and very clearly her instinct was to turn around and punch them, but she takes a deep breath, takes a few steps forward, and very slowly turns to face them.
Ah yes, her arch nemesis.
The
Alright, well,
oblivious arch
what was
nemesis
it then?
says Zero has absolutely no idea that Diana even has any sort of problem with them. They sort of just assume maybe this is how she treats a lot of people.
She looks at Zero and just sternly, "Alright, we'll spit it out then."
They nod, and the looking just as calm and as cold as ever. Say, I have Harriet's acquaintance goes by the name of Ratchet. I haven't noticed anything particularly suspicious with them or anyone else aboard the train, although one unusual thing did occur. Did occur before I retired last night.
Please share it.
I seem to have misplaced my master keys. These
Oh.
Well, that explains.
Well, that
His
explains a
place
lot.
got pickpocketed.
It's a set of keys only. It's a set of keys that can open any door on the train, including the sleeping cars. I was entrusted with it, but I seem to have lost track of it.
Alright. So, it's entirely possible that our murderer unlocked Reggie's door slipped out and locked the door again so as not to arouse suspicion. Question is, how'd they get their hands on them?
So
Diana raises her hand again.
Yes?
I don't know if we ever asked. Did anyone ever ask the conductor if we checked what fell off the train that we ran over?
that hasn't been discovered yet. As you can see, we have slightly more pressing matters to attend to at the moment.
Well, that feels like a big clue for a murder.
Yeah, it's possible these two are related. But you're right, we do have pressing matters to attend to. Really kind of steps forward and, like, does the adjust glasses thing again. What about you, Zero? What's your alibi? I don't particularly suspect you, but it's purely a formality, you understand?
I was performing my duties as instructed as one of the syndicate employees aboard this train during this trip. I'm afraid I don't have...
that information is classified, yes?
You catch on quicker than the blonde.
Diana looks very mad.
Alright. Okay, so we've eliminated... Bill's gonna tap in their cheek. Anything else of note?
No, only that I retired before midnight.
Alright, thank you for your time. Alright, everybody. Here's my... for once, Bailey is the one to pull them into a huddle. Alright. We've eliminated a few. Not Harriet, not Zero, not Reggie, and it wasn't any of us. So, also it wasn't the child. I think I can pretty safely say that it was not the young child.
I didn't do nothing bad, I promise, says Jonas. He looks a little bit worried. So it's like...
So...
Diana, like, glances around and leans in very close to the two, just so no one else overhears. How likely is it that she, like, stabbed herself 12 times? Is that even, like, possible?
Not likely. If for whatever reason that old woman did want to take her own life, well, it's likely that it would be done in a much more... Well, first of all, you'd run out of strength. Second of all, I think you'd do it in a different way than that. Honestly, I can't even see her using a knife. I mean, I assume she'd do something less... messy.
Okay. Alright. And she, like, leans out again. And then, like, taps her chin a little bit. I ain't got any ideas, I gotta be honest. But I'm gonna guess she thinks very hard.
Before Diana can say... Before Diana
can... priest, just because I like Christians very much.
Huh? Anvelt looks at her, and suddenly Anvelt looks at her like, excuse me?
Honestly?
No, I'm just joking, sorry. She looks away again.
Hang on. It's possible, but 12 times? The man is rather physically imposing. I don't think he'd need to stab someone 12 times. Now, what were you saying, Game Master?
Sorry about that. No, I was saying. So Jacqueline didn't get has been trying to get a word in edgewise. It's been a little difficult with all the commotion, but she finally does, and she says, "I did see something suspicious last night. It may have been suspicious. Well, I suppose I might as well mention it. I stayed up rather late, reading in the library car. I didn't retire until, well, must have been close to midnight, and maybe even after. I wasn't exactly keeping track, but I did see as I was heading back to my cabin, I suppose it was another woman, walking down the hall in the sleeping car. She was wearing some kind of robe.
The scarlet kimono.
Or something equivalent thereof, yes. She was heading down the end, and it was dark, so I couldn't quite see where she went. I suppose it's possible it could have been Miss Dragomirov, heading to her own room for the night, or the room that she was sleeping in, since it was actually Reggie's room, apparently. So, everyone seems to make. Harriet makes note of this, and she speaks up and says, "Yes, we'll need to be go and investigate, and the next step in this process is going and investigating all of the rooms and seeing if we can uncover any evidence. We'll be on the lookout. I'll be on the lookout for this probe.
Throughout all this, does Alon notice the mystery lady?
I
Does
was
he?
gonna say, it's very convenient that you're cutting this off before we get a chance to talk to her. I think she's... I don't like her.
Yeah, no,
But
yeah,
then
no,
I think-
no. Harry was just saying that would be the next step. We're not actually done here yet.
Okay.
You haven't talked to the masked woman.
Oh, yeah.
No.
And can I get a 2-minute break?
Yes, of course.
Thanks. I need a water break.
Yes.
I need to get some tea.
No worries.
I don't need anything, but I'll take a break too.
Okay.
I'll twiddle my
Well.
thumbs. I don't know. I'll just sit here unless you want Diana to talk to someone again.
Well, I'll say the Syndicate employees, Harriet and Zero, are questioning everyone, but notably so is the masked woman. She's asking everyone a lot of questions, trying to get a lot of information. Taking a lot of initiative in this particular situation.
Right. I guess I don't know. I don't want to do anything while they're gone, so I'll just wait. I will say though, this is not related to anything going on. I'm wearing my drawing glove right now because I'm doodling while we do this, and it is so sweaty. It's like a trap, but I don't want to stop wearing it because it makes my hands hurt less.
I need to get one of those myself.
It's a prison of choice.
Since we are taking a little 5-minute break here, we'll go do the same. I'll be right back.
Sure. And then there was only me. I could say many crude things to get the channel banned and no one would know. But I will not. I will instead rattle off fun facts. Number 1. Diana's favorite color is blue, if you could not tell from her design. Number 2. Diana's favorite food is prime rib. Fun fact number 3. Diana's favorite drink is probably champagne. She'd probably be a big fan of champagne. Fact number 4. Diana's favorite animal are lizards, like any small lizard. She doesn't know a lot about animals particularly, but she really likes small, like lizards, and especially those ones that like get up on their hind legs and like sprint around. She's a big fan of those ones. Fun fact number 5.
Oh no, I missed Diana facts.
Favorite... Oh, I had to find some way to kill time.
Oh, well, thank you for doing that. Everybody gets up
I'm
and...
trying to think of a...
Well, everybody gets...
What's like a category of thing that she could have a favorite thing for? That's...
Did you say what her favorite color was?
5, Diana's favorite kind of hat is in fact not the hat she's wearing. She really likes wedding veils. She thinks they look cool.
Aw.
Fun fact, oh, is everyone back?
Yeah.
I'm back.
Okay.
What did I miss?
Over.
I heard the Diana facts, don't worry.
Alright. Alright,
You
now
did do
everyone's
that
back?
You did do that doodle of Bailey drinking, and I asked, like, what are they drinking? And you were like, I feel like it's either beer or water. And now I feel like Bailey is kind of used to, like, in terms of alcohol, he's kind of like cheap beer or ale.
That makes sense. I believe it.
Alright.
I forgot to do that. I gotta be 100% honest with you.
Like,
do
you draw
them so
these
much,
characters so
sometimes I
much.
I assume we can continue now, though.
Alright. Alright. So so the only person you really haven't haven't questioned yet is the woman in the mask, who you approach as she's also been continuing to talk to everyone. But she has, but you catch her at a moment when she's not talking to someone, and she's instead looking at, what appears to be you notice there is a part on the lounge, a part of the lounge car that's like a first aid kit, medicine cabinet type of thing, to be used in, emergency medical situations and stuff like that, and she's about to examine that.
Excuse me, madam.
The masked woman turns to the posse.
From what we can tell, you're, Billy kind of like looks her up and down. Assisting in this investigation as well, although on whose authority I don't know. May I ask if you've learned anything that we haven't? Shall we swap notes, so to speak?
She says, let me think how she responds to that. Tell me what you've learned first, she says.
Alright, fair enough. Well, first of all, shortly after... Do I have to say everything, or can we assume that we tell her all we know?
Yeah, you tell her, you tell her all... Yeah, you just tell her everything that you know. And she says... And she's... It's hard to tell whether or not she's following, because you can't see her face, obviously. But once you're done speaking, she says... Not much more than I've been able to conclude myself. Tell me, do you have any idea as to what the motive of the murderer might have been, assuming their original target was Reggie, as I theorize?
Well, so did she say as I theorize?
Yeah.
Well, I said it first.
Well, she was thinking. Look, you were both theorizing. You were both thinking that. So technically,
yeah, that's my theory too. Which, yeah, fair enough. Well, it's unfortunately the first person who comes to mind is Miss Jacqueline. During dinner, we heard that Reggie has apparently left Miss Jacqueline and her rather deathly ill sister a sizable sum of money in the event of her death. But I don't think it was her. Too far away, and to be quite frank, she just seems too nice. I can't imagine her doing such a thing. With that in mind, I also do suspect that fellow Ratchet because he was right next to her, but apparently he's got an alibi. And, well, other than that, and they kind of like look very pointedly at her. Not to be rude, madam, but we don't know your name or what you look like. You've rather notably taken charge of the investigation almost immediately, and you were very close to the dead woman's room. What's your alibi, may I ask?
The woman thinks for a moment, or at least you think that she's thinking. You can't exactly tell from her expression. She says, if it weren't for what you've just told me in the situation with the situation with Miss Reggie and her mother swapping rooms, I would have initially not suspected either of them were the intended victims of this case. I made many enemies, you see. That's why I wear this mask. It's important that for the moment, especially until we deduce who is truly behind this, that I keep my identity concealed.
Understandable.
As she says this, she sort of looks over at Alon for a moment, but only just for a very brief moment before kind of turning back to the group at large. I was about to examine this medicine cabinet here. It seems to be sort of a it seems to act as first aid and medical necessities in the event of a medical emergency. Miss Reggie mentioned she wasn't feeling well. After dinners. I want to see if there could be any drugs included here that could have been, well, used to prepare the intended victim for the crime.
Well thought out. Yes, I admit the thought that she'd been poisoned crossed my mind as well, but I wasn't sure where someone would get such a thing. There's not a chef on this train, is there?
No, I've already spoken to both the syndicate employees, and they are the ones that have been responsible for preparing all of them. They have been the ones responsible for preparing all of the meals, since this is a comparatively short trip.
And they're probably the least likely to have done it. Alright, fair enough. Would you like us to accompany you or continue what we've been doing?
I'd appreciate your assistance.
Bailey glances back at Alon and Diana and kind of like jerks their head, like, do you want to...
Alon nods. There's something familiar about this lady in the mask, but he can't put... It's at the tip of his tongue. He can't put it forward. Yeah.
The second you said she looks at Alon, it hit me.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys are examining the medicine, working with the woman in the mask to examine this medicine cabinet first aid kit thing. Sorry, I can't words. I'm having trouble wordsing in some places tonight. I'd made a bazillion notes for these, and yet.
Can I roll squint to see?
Yes, I was about to ask that.
Rolling squint if there's any bottle that's out of place or something. Yay! Yay!
Excellent. All right. So as your investigation, you do notice among it most of the stuff in the train. You figure that it's the woman in the mask mentioned that everything in this first aid kit thing is restocked every time for every journey of the train, and so everything here should be brand new. Because, nobody else was having a medical issue, as far as you're aware, up until now. But you do find one open bottle, and upon looking at it, Alon doesn't recognize what it is, though. All he can see is that it's an open bottle of medicine.
He shows it to Bailey because he can't read fonts this small. It's probably even cursive, too, for all he knows.
Alright.
He hates cursive.
What
So
does it say?
So you hand it. So yeah, it hands it to Bailey, and hands it to Bailey, and Bailey notices that it is in fact a bottle. It is a liquid sleeping drug. This is a drug that is used to help people sleep, like people who have insomnia and stuff like that. And it's liquid and it has no discernible taste. You can easily slip it into somebody's drink and it would make them very sleepy, but otherwise it has no negative effects.
Mom, I'm afraid your hypothesis was correct. I believe Reggie has been poisoned with a sleeping draught.
As I suspected, says the masked woman. So, it seems that she was in fact the intended target. The question is, now, of course, that only answers one of our many questions. Everyone still with me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I've had weird instances of Discord, like, kind of cutting out, but also kind of not, and I wanted to make sure Discord was, like, actually working. Alright. Have you spoken to everyone else? She asked the posse.
Actually, and Bill looks back at Diana like this was kind of her idea. We haven't talked to Father Anvelt yet.
Well, no, didn't we? Because he chimed in for the boy or whatever.
You kinda did, but you...
That's true, but...
You kinda did, but you could talk to him more. If you wanted to do that.
Alright,
My apologies, I was briefly atomized, but I've returned.
hello again.
Fell into a tornado.
Let's approach him then. Father, may we speak for a brief moment if you have time? Well, as if you have anything else to do.
Yes, what do you need from me? Says says Anvelt. He's looking. He doesn't look He doesn't look. He's looking as Jonas would probably say, extremely cool in this situation, where he's not very perturbed by what's going on. You probably at some point might have noticed him doing that little thing where he it's like making a cross across his chest and things like that, saying a prayer for the dead, something along those lines. But other than that, he's remained extremely calm about this entire situation.
For the record, I don't particularly suspect you. As I've said, you're... Well, Bailey, I'm assuming he's much taller than us.
Oh yeah, he's very tall.
Yeah, Bailey looks up at him and goes, "You are rather physically fit. I suppose you'd have to be in your line of work. And so, it's unlikely that you would need to stab Miss Dragomirov, or Reggie as it were, as many times as this person did. Still, just as a matter of formality, I do have one or two questions. You accompanied young Jonas after his apparent nightmare. May I ask what you were doing before that?
I'm afraid
other than sleeping.
I was sleeping. I'm afraid. I don't have much to tell you. I don't have much to tell you other than that, and that I would only think to strike down sinners with my own holy bullets.
Yeah. Does he have his guns with him?
They're in the luggage car.
Well, assuming that we do discover the culprit, well, you may just get your wish or your prayer, as it were. Let's see. You were not familiar with Miss Dragomirov or Reggie, correct?
Not especially. They weren't. They didn't often visit my church. I am the minister of the Eidos Church in the Golden Hills, Anvelt.
Yes. Well,
I'm sorry to meet you all under these circumstances.
Yes, well, unfortunately this happens rather often in our line of work. We encounter quite a colorful character or quite a friendly fella in an unfortunate situation. Still, with any luck, we will discover the culprit, who, for the record, I don't think was you, but...
Diana raises her hand again.
Yes?
Why were you on the train?
Anvelt kind of smiles and says, I'm heading up to the Jackalope Mountain, the treat to... What's the word? Oh, sorry. He smiles and says, I'm heading to the Jackalope Mountain tree to officiate a wedding.
Oh, fancy.
Well, congratulations. Maybe ask whose?
He just sort of waves his hand and says, I'm not sure. It wouldn't be polite of me to reveal that information. It's not especially relevant. It's not especially relevant now. They headed to the retreat some days ago.
Diana pouts because she was hoping there would be the other two guys who were together last night on the train.
Yeah, Harriet and yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Diana pauses and then looks at her two friends. Have we asked anyone else why they're on here yet? I forget.
Actually, now that you point it out, no.
Well, we should do that. I'm real smart. And she smiles and then very slowly looks at Zero. I'm gonna answer for them because I already didn't figure it out. They're on some business from Ice Shield and if we ask them, they're gonna say no, thank you, and then they're gonna spit on my shoes.
You know what? I wouldn't put it past them. You're right. Like, chances are they're here on official business, and again, I don't particularly suspect them. Dragomirov, Reggie, Jacqueline, and the three of us are all accounted for. Jonas was invited by his grandfather. Arnold's officiating a wedding, and...
You also haven't talked to the conductor himself. He is here.
That's true.
Can we even understand him with his thick accent?
That's gonna be the difficult part.
I feel like Diana probably can. She just hasn't really had an excuse to go talk to them directly yet.
Do
She's a
you want to do
gossiper.
it, or
She's
should
heard all
I?
sorts of things.
It's up to you guys.
Thinking.
I just don't want to like talk over anybody.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just thinking of it right now.
But,
Think
well, yeah,
this-
but I don't want Bailey to like take up too much of the investigation because I want you guys to like have a
That's fine. It's fine.
say.
As you
Alon does
you're-
fight the urge to
you
start
turn away from
smoking.
Anvil though, as he said, as you go, he says, "May God bless you on your investigation."
Alon does fight the urge to start smoking.
Yeah, though
What's
I
the
would
weather like?
recommend doing that in front of either of the syndicate employees. Might not be too fond of that, of you smoking on the train, or the conductor, for that matter.
I know it's like middle of the night, but what's the weather like?
Oh, I was going to mention that. Thank you so much for reminding me. So, the current area that the train is stopped in the middle of the desert, it actually has some rather unusual weather for Rivayle. It's very misty and foggy. This isn't kind of the typical thing you sort of see in the desert, but it's unusually cool outside, and it's led to some mist and fog all around surrounding the train
Ooh,
outside.
Spooky.
Yeah, it's very spooky.
Spooky.
Ooh.
Let's go talk to the conductor. Let's just all three of us go talk to the conductor.
All right, so the three of you,
Excuse me, sir.
approach the. The three of you approach the conductor, and he's like, and he just sighs and says, "All right, you lad, lassie, and whatever you are. Well, afraid there ain't much I can tell you."
I'm gonna assume you were conducting the entire time, as it were.
Yep.
You never saw nor heard
You'd be
anything
correct.
useful?
You'd be correct there, lad. Lassie? Sorry, ain't sure. Pardon me, but I ain't sure.
I'm assuming you neither saw nor heard anything useful?
All I know is that I ran into something strange. Still haven't been able to determine what it was. But there is well, just between you and me, I don't think it was an animal. I think some bandit, some grifter or something, walking along the trains, walking along the tracks at night. What the hell they be doing out there? What the hell they be doing on the out in the train tracks in the middle of the desert, miles away from civilization? Well, you got me there.
Is the posse allowed to check out the dead thing in front of the train?
Well, ask the conductor about it first.
Alon,
Or rather, this in Harry and the quiet one. They already went to go and have a look, and they didn't see it, but they didn't see anything. I would have expected a body or something, but there was just nothing. Just a whole lot of strange mist. Certainly weird weather out here. So from the conductor is rather difficult to understand, but from what you can gather, he's saying that the Zero and Terry had already went and looked at what the train possibly hit that caused them to stop in the first place, and when they went out there just wasn't anything.
Probably turned to mulch from the trains running over it.
Possibly. You don't know.
So should we start looking into the rooms then? Murder weapon and the robe mentioned.
I'm afraid that ain't the most important thing now. Anyway, just go on and find whoever this murderer is. I'm sorry, I can't roll my R's. Thank you.
So we're gonna look for the murder weapon then.
So as you're talking about this, Zero pops up again. Instead, we're about to and you notice, Zero is you. When you spoke to them before, this was the case, but you didn't catch up. But you did pick up on it. Now you're looking at them again, and you see, because you notice something else different about them, is that they're wearing glasses, and they're also wearing gloves. They were wearing the gloves before, but they seem to have just put the glasses on.
Nerd.
4 eyes, fucking 4 eyes, limo. That's probably Diana in her inner thoughts.
Zero notices Diana kind of like, I imagine, I don't know if she actually does this, but I imagine just Diana sees Zero with the glasses and just starts snickering. Because she thinks they look like a dork.
Probably, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good chance.
Okay, so Zero notices that, so Zero notices that, and turns to, and just looks at her and says, as coldly as ever, I am slightly nearsighted. This will aid in the investigation. Similarly, the gloves are so we don't get any fingerprints on the evidence.
Oh yeah. Can we dust that medicine bottle for prints?
Does that technology exist?
Alan's probably had his fingerprints all over it, though.
Oh crap. You're right.
We'll see. Do you ask Zero if you can check things for fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh wait, actually, when people just use would magic cover being able to do that? It's like using a spell to check for fingerprints?
I guess that could work.
Okay.
We don't have... Zero does answer, but someone does that. We'll say Bailey asked, can you look for fingerprints? And, what's this? We don't have the tools to do it in an analog manner, but there is magical ways to perform such a thing, so that is what we'll have to do.
I can handle that, I believe.
Magical, huh? She looks away briefly.
So,
At the mention of fingerprints, Alan regrets not wearing gloves. He touched a lot of things.
Deputy Bailey, I want you to come with me. Everyone else will need to remain here in the lounge car, while Harriet keeps an eye on them.
Bailey kind of glances back at the others and winces a little, sorry, but they seem like they don't want to do this, obviously, but they will.
Yep. So, you follow Zero and you go and check the rooms. And the first room that you check is you check the room that Harriet was in. You don't find anything of note. In Zero's room, they claim that there's nothing of note, but I want you to roll squint.
Okay. Can I card that?
Can you what?
Or do I have to declare? Can I do the card thing, or do I have to declare that before I roll?
You have to do it before. I'm sorry. That's fine. So, but you have a good look around too, and you agree with them. There doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. You're already saying you didn't suspect them, so that doesn't surprise you. But so you move on to the next one. Nothing. This was the room that Reggie was in. This is the room that Reggie was in. Roll squint.
Come on. I don't think it was her, but like still.
Yes. You don't find anything. Well, you could still find stuff in the other rooms. So whether or not like the person who was in the room was the culprit, but yeah. But yeah, you don't see anything of note. And you move on to Diana's room, which happens to be the one that you slept in. But it's possible that Zero doesn't know this. They wouldn't know this unless you tell them.
I probably will. I'll just say, like, for the record, I do not object to having my room searched, but I wasn't here before midnight, and for most of the night until this unfortunate event occurred.
You've already been in this room enough, and this is the room that you were in, so there's no roll for that. You notice that there isn't anything of note, and Zero doesn't find anything either. You move on to the next room, which is Jacqueline's. Roll squint.
I don't know. She's got. I'm gonna invoke Bespectacled for this too.
Okay.
Which I think means I can only do it one more time. Because I've done it twice now. Let's go!
Hey, nice. So you find a bag. So you find a couple of things actually. You find a bag. It's just Jacqueline's bag. You notice this is like the bag that she like came on with on the train, because you all boarded the train from the station at around the same time. So you saw her come on the train, and you noticed that she boarded the train with this bag. But you look inside it, and you find a bloody dagger. There's also a piece of luggage which is unusual, which is normally other luggage other than the sort of little carry-on bag that would be in the luggage car, but you find a briefcase, and inside of that is a bloody uniform that resembles the conductor's. It's almost identical to the outfit, the uniform the conductor was wearing, but it's covered in blood. You find these, and then Zero chimes in with, my key. There it is.
Your master keys are here?
Yes. What did you uncover?
Bailey just like holds up the dagger and the uniform.
I see. Let's continue.
The village blinks. You don't immediately suspect her?
Let's continue the investigation.
Very well.
They seem to want to
I
be...
will carry these with me. Go ahead.
I'll allow that. They just seem to want to be thorough, so. Next room is Alon's.
For the record, I think it's entirely likely that... Well, no, I'll say this later, never mind.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I want to say it while everyone's there.
I'm sorry?
I want to say it in front of everyone, because if we say like, hey, we found bloody stuff in Jacqueline's room, people are gonna freak out. I have to calm them down then.
Fair enough. We skip Alon's room because obviously there's nothing suspicious in Alon's room, and this is the room that in the room that you were supposed to be in. There is nothing suspicious either. In Anvelt's room.
Although in Alan's room there's a weird pile of pillows. Just
yeah, the weird pillow pile wasn't suspicious. It was just kind of weird and funny. But for Anvelt's room, we'll squint.
Okay. Might have been him. I don't know.
You don't find anything. Neither of you find anything of note. Jonas's room. Roll squint.
All right. It was the child all along.
You go search the room very, very thoroughly, but despite your very best efforts, both you and Zero come to the conclusion there's nothing suspicious in the child's room. You decide to do before you go into the room where the murder happened. You decide to check the. Zero says to check the other two rooms first. So you're going into Ratchet's room, and so roll squint.
Okay. Is there anything even is there any even indication that he slept here tonight?
There isn't. You're just checking the rooms to see if there's anything here. Yeah, roll squint for this.
I just did.
Oh, is it 5?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's also 5.
Yeah. Okay, so you check and you find that in a sort of compartment above the bed, you find a woman's robe.
Alright. Are there any identifying features to this robe? Anything that might indicate who it belongs to?
Not in particularly, no. You just know that this is definitely this is a woman's robe. It's a very feminine style. It obviously doesn't belong to Ratchet.
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe.
Probably not. At least, you can assume it most likely does not belong to him. It probably wouldn't fit him properly.
Zero, I don't know how close you are with Harriet, given that you're co-workers. Is this something she would wear?
Zero thinks for a moment. I wouldn't say it's impossible. I don't know her particularly well, but well, not in the sense that I know what her fashion choices are, but I would ask her about it when we return to the lounge car.
All right. And now we have the mystery woman's room.
Yep. Roll squint.
Gladly. I don't think it was her, but I think there will be useful information in here.
3. You don't find any useful information, unfortunately. So as you leave the room, you're prepared. You are ready to enter the crime scene. So, before you open Zero opens the door and you go inside, they turn to you. Are you ready?
Yes.
They turn back open the door and you both walk inside. Dragomirov's body is still there. It's according to the Syndicate does in fact have a protocol for this kind of thing, and you're not supposed to remove. And you're not at the point where you remove the body. So it's still there. So you look at it as Zero is looking around the room. Then they eventually come and look at the body, and they say, "Harry confirmed that she was stabbed, correct?" How many times?
About 10 to 12, I believe.
They have a look and says, they have a closer look and says, "Sounds about right. We did discover, and we seem to have discovered the murder weapon and what the killer used, what the killer was wearing at the time of the murder." Well, I believe that's all the information we can glance. Let's return. So, the two of you make it back to the lounge car, and time to tell everyone what you've learned.
Yep, everyone, if I could get your attention. The Zero, the Syndicate employee, and myself have searched everyone's rooms and have discovered, among other things, the robe that was seen by the mysterious figure in the hallway was it Jacqueline who saw it?
Yes.
Yeah, by Jacqueline. Was that in her room? No, that was it was in
Ratchet's.
Ratchet's.
They found them in Ratchet's room.
The conductor's uniform and the knife were We also have discovered what we believe to be the murderer's outfit and weapon.
You said, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I said we've discovered the murderer's outfit and weapon.
Did you say where you found it?
No, unless anyone asks.
So Reggie speaks up and says, "Where'd you find that? The weapon, I mean."
Well, the robe was in Mr. Ratchet's room, and the uniform and weapon were possibly planted, mind you, in the chambers of Miss Jacqueline.
Jacqueline
Gun.
obviously looks
Gun, gun,
quite
gun.
shocked. She turns to Reggie immediately and says, "Planted is certainly right." And Reggie, you know, you know that I would never. She just seems like flabbergasted at the implication. And Reggie turns to her and she says, "Jack, She kind of looks at Jacqueline in disbelief and thinks and just looks very lost for a moment. She says, "They were trying to kill me, Jack." And she clearly doesn't want to think about it, but yeah, the evidence is kind of pointing to her own friend. And
Well, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
And there is the matter, Miss Jacqueline, that Reggie has apparently left you a considerable sum of wealth in her will. As much as I hate to say it, the motive is there.
But Jacqueline is almost kind of panicking now. She's insisting, "Reggie, please, I promise I would never, I don't know what kind of daughter or son of a bitch did this," but and originally Reggie is pretty shocked because she's never heard Jacqueline swear before. She's normally a pretty,
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a little weird.
yeah, and she's like, and she's just like, "Jack, calm down there, Jack. No need to go and using that kind of language." And she's just, and Jacqueline just takes a deep breath and says, I'm sorry, but you can blame me for losing my temper a little bit. I mean, someone's trying to frame me for murder."
As I said, it is entirely possible these were planted. If young Jonas's story about encountering a shadowy figure in his room is correct, it is possible this person utilized Zero's master keys to slip into other people's rooms. And, well, if that's the case, they very easily could have hidden these items in your room to frame you. Unfortunately, that doesn't really leave us with much evidence as to who it was, if we cross you off the list, so to speak, Miss Jacqueline.
There is an additional possibility, Zero says, kind of approaching the group. Miss Jacqueline is known for being incredibly powerful and skilled when it comes to magic. I would not put it past her to be able to weave a spell that would allow her to enter another room completely undetected.
I don't believe the nature of her magic would allow for that. Miss Jacqueline can sense people's emotions. I don't see how... Well, I mean, I suppose if you were to alter the perceptions of those around you, perhaps project some kind of aura, but it'd take some work.
And Jacqueline seems to agree. She says, "They're right. I could never do something like that. Really, even people say got these miraculous mystical powers, but that kind of thing is way above what I can do. I swear." And she's basically pleading with you guys, and she's just like, "Calm down." And she's just like, "Calm down, ma'am. Your hysterics are not helping to make you seem any less suspicious."
But what would help, Bailey says, kind of cutting Zero off, is if we perhaps utilize that magic of yours. If we could sense any surges in emotion from anyone here, that might be able to give us a clue.
"Oh, that was the very first thing I tried," Jacqueline says, and Says, I tried sensing everyone here, but, well, I got kind of similar feeling from just about everyone. Everyone's kind of real on edge, anxious, and, well, who wouldn't be, of course, but, well, there was one exception. Ain't surprising, and probably doesn't tell you much, but she looks over at Zero. Can't read a damn thing off of them.
You're right, that's not surprising. And again, I don't quite think it's them, but for the record, it is a miracle that no one has accused us yet. We are incredibly suspicious.
This is true. People just like us too much.
Let's try. Zero doesn't have any kind of visible reaction, and though Jacqueline does sense something from them. They have no idea absolutely what it is. As they said, they can't get a single read on Zero whatsoever. But all she can feel is just sort of this. Suddenly, Jacqueline speaks up and tries to be more specific about what she's sensing. It's not that it ain't there. It's that I can't sense it. It's like it's blocked off.
Hidden under fog, if you will.
Something not just a thought, more than just a fog. It's more like a wall. Something deep and buried.
They put a wall in his brain.
Maybe
their brain. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
This isn't relevant to the topic at hand. Zero suddenly.
You know what? I don't care if it's not relevant. I'm curious. Who put a wall in your brain? I don't know a surgeon who, if I detailed this operation, would be like, yeah, I can do that.
It was a metaphor, ma'am. It was a metaphor, ma'am.
What I believe my companion may be trying to suggest is that and what I believe is that your unwavering mien, as it were, is more of it's not just your demeanor, it's a sort of defense mechanism, a blocking effect against such kinds of psychic magic.
Think what you will.
That is, say, you're doing it on purpose.
Again, Zero doesn't have any kind of visible reaction, but Jacqueline suddenly picks up. But Jacqueline says something like, "There's something there. I just can't." And Reggie's trying to suddenly puts her hand on her shoulder, like, "All right, now there, calm down there, hon. Don't worry yourself out. Don't blow a gasket trying to figure out whatever's wrong with them." And Jacqueline just kind of sighs and, fine. So you found something else though, right? A robe, or that robe, yeah. So, assuming Bailey showed her, did Bailey show her the robe?
Yes.
Okay. That's the robe I saw. There was the woman I saw in the hall. You should find out who it belongs to. I agree, says Zero, and
My theory, Harriet and Ratchet are into role-playing, and that robe is one of their outfits.
Scandalous. I guess.
well, it sounds like you think the robe is Harriet's, right?
Either Harriet or Ratchet's.
So you want to go? So you should probably go. Maybe go and ask her about that. I think that would make the next sense as the best thing to do, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you go up to Harriet.
I'm kind of tempted to use Mountain Soul, but would that be fair?
The syndicate employees might not be very happy about it. That's all I can say. You're free to do it. I'm just saying there might be consequences because, yeah, the syndicate employees aren't gonna like that. Neither will the conductor.
Yeah, and directly asking the GM during a murder mystery is kinda unfair.
I would say it's unfair necessarily. But in any case, you leave Zero with Reggie and Jacqueline, and you go over to Harriet, and you ask her, "Is this robe yours?" Roll straight. Which one of you is gonna ask? Which one of you is gonna ask her about the robe?
I can ask.
Yeah, you have the best.
Okay,
straight talk.
go get him, Diana. Roll
Okay.
straight talk.
Go get him. Go ask him, please. Oh no, my phone. My phone has been rescued. I'm very sorry. Okay, roll.
You're good.
Roll 2d6. Ding.
What is
is
it
a
for?
success?
So, Harriet, looking at the robe, looking at Diana, finally kind of puts her hand on her face and kind of blushing a little inside and says, yeah, that's mine.
Fucking knew it.
The woman Jacqueline saw walking down the hall was me. I was going to Ratchet's room. We spent the night.
Yes,
Why
what
didn't you
happened?
say that earlier? You're making this too complicated.
Because it was... I shouldn't be doing that kind of thing. Kind of thing is
right?
like...
If you don't tell us, we're just gonna find out later.
Harriet just seems very embarrassed and blushing. And she says, it's not professional, you know?
Well, if it's not professional, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. That's not my fault.
She kind of hangs her head and realizes she has no argument for that and says, you have a point.
Wait,
At
they
any rate-
did the deed?
They spent the night
They did
together.
the deed?
Whether it was more of a Diana Bailey situation or something else, well, leave that up to your imagination.
At any rate, there's that mystery solved, and I think that does rather conclusively eliminate you two as suspects.
Harriet nods, and before we continue, 1 second. I will be back in like a minute.
Okay.
So the remaining suspects are Jacqueline,
Anvelt.
Jacqueline, Anvelt, and the mystery lady.
What can we even ask about? Have you killed anyone? And then if anyone gets slightly alarmed, it's them. Oh god. I can't swoon in an effective manner here, that's kind of upsetting. I'm swooning. That's so silly. Oh god. I mean... I was about to say, can we ask Alon, but I remember that's one of our guys. My bad.
Mountain Soul would be pretty powerful right now, asking one question, but
I mean, if we like explain the thing that you can do, I think they'll be less mad with us, won't they?
yeah, maybe.
Alright,
I think so. We have the weapon, right? We know what the weapon is.
yeah, it's a knife. Or a dagger.
Okay, it's a knife / dagger. And did people have their weapons checked when they came on the train?
Only this in, no, because nobody does that in Reveal.
Okay.
Because this is
We
betrayal,
established that
of
back.
course.
We established that back in episode 3. Nobody's weapons got checked at the casino. This is no wonder there's so much violence in Reveal. No one
Fair
takes basic safety precautions because that's just how it. That's just how it is. So.
Thinking.
No, it's yeah. Go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking. Alright.
Listen.
So we have the knife. We have outfit. And...
It looks just like the conductors.
Forgot
I
about
guess we
that.
should ask now is, like, are there spare uniforms kept on the train?
Do you want to ask Harriet that?
Yes.
Okay. So you a spare uniform, yeah. Why do you ask?
Because the outfit that we found, covered in blood, may I add, looks remarkably similar to the conductors.
Harriet looks a mix, kind of a mix of like, oh, she kind of looks like, she kind of has a kind of like, oh, type of expression, and she says, she says, I see. All right, yes, we do keep spare uniform, but the sort of things that only the conductor himself and syndicate employees would normally have access to. That makes me think.
Did you grab any last night?
Pardon?
Dinah asked Harriet if she grabbed a spare uniform last night.
The Harriet shakes her head. No, I didn't do anything like that.
Well,
But
if that's the case, access to, what do you mean by access? Is there a lock that only syndicate member keys can open?
Essentially, this has me thinking. Why don't you? Will y'all come with me for a moment?
For sure.
Yes.
So, Harriet leads
Alan
you.
follows.
You follow Harriet, and she leads you. And she, oh, you notice, this whole time she's been holding a book. And don't worry, she'll explain what it is in a moment. So she leads you to, over to her room, actually. And she takes you to, like, the very far back of the room. It's a little cramped with all four of you in there, but you get to, like, this part in the far back of the room, sort of near, like, every room has, like, a little, like, place where you can hang up your clothes. It's almost like a little closet. And they're on either side. So it's like facing either side, there's almost like, it's not very big, obviously, because it's a very tiny room. But there's this area that's sort of like a little closet. And she looks at this. And she references something, and she looks into her book, and almost as if she's sort of referencing something. She looks in her book, and and so she kneels down, and she looks into this little closet thing, and she looks like she's looking for something inside of it.
What are you looking for?
Should be, she's kind of fidgets around for a second. And hold on. Damn it, I can't find it. And
What are you looking for, though?
there should be a switch here. It's very small.
The switch?
Very small. She holds up the book that she was referencing to the posse. It's a Magitrain operations manual for syndicate employees only. Normally these are only owned by the syndicate, but I was trying to find one in the library. I was trying to find one in the library, but I couldn't find one. Thankfully, Reggie had a spare, so I went and looked through it again. And if there should be right around here. So, what does this fall under?
Squint, probably.
Honestly, track, scan, find objects. So no, anyone?
Can Alan help?
Yeah, Alan, come and help and roll hunt.
Alan asked what the button was supposed to be like, size, orientation, things like that.
It's very small. It's very small, almost indistinguishable. You wouldn't know it was there unless you wouldn't know about it unless you were looking for it and knew it was there.
Alon nods and starts searching. Rolling die. And it's 6.
Yep. So Alon finds this little switch in this little closet thing in the room, and suddenly the back of it opens. And when it opens, it basically creates a door in the wall.
Ooh.
And through this, if you were to go through this, you would end up in the room next to, say you did this on the, say this is in Harriet's room, so there's actually only one. There's actually only one. It's the only one it's the one facing left towards Zero's room. So if you were to go through this, you would end up in Zero's room. It's a very kind of small, way to go through, because it's like a tiny little, barely even a closet. But in theory, you could go through it, and it's basically a door into the next room.
So just the next room, or...
Yeah, so if you were to go through that, you'd just end up in Zero's room.
Diana scratches her head. Well, what in God's name is this for?
It's for emergencies. It's only supposed to be used
What
for...
kind of emergency means I gotta open a stupid tiny hole in the wall next to mine and crawl in? Like, if I'm getting shot at, I can go crawl in and then say, hey, help, and then I get shot in the head before I can even go press the stupid button because I can't find it. Stupid.
Or if you've been locked in your room, for a more simple explanation.
Well, didn't you say this is for syndicates only? This is a syndicate room. So how would you get locked in your room if you don't y'all have like those stupid master keys or whatever?
Yes, but Zero lost theirs. It's possible to drop them or have them pickpocketed.
Well, yes, Zero's a failure. That's not my fault. Like,
Bailey does laugh, but then tries to cover it up with a cough.
Ouch.
Harriet almost laughs a little bit too. Failure's about the last thing I'd call them, given their involvement with. Well, I ain't privy to the details, and you didn't hear this from me, but they're involved in some kind of project with Lord Icy.
Of course they are.
Fucking
Cecil.
I swear to God, if it turns out that they are Proto-Zessel, I want it to be known I fucking called it from episode 1, from the first time I saw them.
You what? I'm sorry?
They're wearing... No, if Zero is Proto-Zessel, then I fucking called it the first time we saw him. I said it. You can go back and check that vibe, chat. I said
Yeah,
that shit.
I know.
And now they're wearing glasses!
Not the glasses! And next they're gonna get a haircut!
Yeah.
Clean little haircut.
Yeah.
Then you see the 6 cats.
Sorry, are these little, in-between doors only for Syndicate employees, or are they between every room?
They're between every room.
Shit.
Harriet explains it. Yeah.
What saying.
So basically, Harriet explains that these are between every room, and they're only supposed to be used in case of emergencies. The only people that would know, and they're only to be told, the passengers are only to be told about them in case of an emergency. If someone is like, help, I'm locked in my room, they tell them about this. And
Alright, well,
so here's the thing: we ain't had an emergency where anyone would know about this. Reggie would know because she has this manual, and she has helped work on these trains, and she certainly ain't murdered her own mother. That leaves the only folks that would know about this, passage, would From what I can tell, the train was still moving at the time of the murder, so it wasn't the conductor. Otherwise, the only folks that would know about this would be me, who has an alibi, and Zero.
Diana suddenly snaps her fingers. Guys, I know this might sound unbelievable, but I believe I have solved the mystery.
Tell us your theory.
Alright, here's my thought. Okay. I don't know how he done figured it out, but I think that Anvelt fellow found out about these secret doors in all the rooms. And then, when that little boy was like, I had a scary dream, and went and got escorted back to his room, Anvelt followed suit. But then he waited in the room when the boy was going to bed, and then could have crawled in through the secret cubby in the room and gone and shanked that girl a bunch of times, because I guess they didn't think quote unquote Reggie was very pious, and then go back to their room and then just been like, no, just help that boy and he has an alibi. But like, kids sleep through anything, I swear to God. And if you think about it, that makes perfect sense.
Alon is surprised Diana did not accuse Zero of murdering.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised at that too, especially since Harriet looks kind of confused. Says, Father Anvale wouldn't know about this passage.
No, well, we found out, and this was not hard to learn. So I think they asked someone to.
Only if you're going and specifically looking for it. I suppose it's possible, but between you and me, I think it's unlikely.
Alon asks Harriet if there's a way to find out if these passages have been used.
No, I'm afraid there's no way to really tell that. It's just a matter. In this case, I believe it's a matter of the knowledge. I believe the Zero losing their keys. That's nothing. It's maybe a diversion, if anything. After all, it would be much more likely to get caught if you. I don't think the killer would risk that. I don't think they would risk going in and out the door. Just going in and out the front door, even if they had a key.
Can we check the adjacent rooms? Rooms adjacent to the murder scene.
Yes, I suppose we could. So you guys go with Harriet to the other rooms. You check all of the other rooms, and you find that this passageway does lead through all of the rooms. Theoretically, you could go from if you knew about this passage, you could go from Harriet's room all the way down to the Mystery Woman's through this passage.
Can I roll hunt to see if there's blood? Squint or hunt? Can I roll them to see if there's traces of blood left?
Ooh, is that squint or hunt? Is that squint or hunt? Hunt. Find objects or people. Okay, no, that would be squint. So roll squint.
Alright. Is it too dark?
You don't seem it's a little bit hard to tell because the little closet thing is some sort of dark wood. Around.
Can I have Diana take a look as well?
Yeah. Diana, look, are you guys looking, so I think the most sense, I assume this is where you're looking because it makes the most sense, is the room where Dragomirov was murdered. And the passageway around there.
Yep.
Yeah. So Diana roll squint there.
Oh, send a message, please. Got a 4 and a 5.
Success. Yes. You notice
successful.
It takes you have to look very closely, but you do notice small traces and splotches of blood in the passageway in Dragomirov's room.
Into which direction?
Heading back towards heading to the right, heading back towards Jacqueline's room.
Ooh.
And Jonas did see a shadowy figure in his room, which is right next to Reggie's.
Bum, bum, bum.
I will say Bailey actually mentions this. Can I say that Bailey mentioned that out loud?
Yes.
So Harriet responds and says, if that could have been the killer. They could have gone. They would have had to pass through Jonas's room in order to get to Miss Dragomirov's, right, or rather Reggie's, where she was sleeping. In any case, that could have been them.
Entirely possible, and I think that rules out, unfortunately, Anvelt. Because he was asleep and then woken up by the boy after he saw that figure. So I don't think it was him.
Anvelt did mention something else. He said he heard a woman's voice.
Yeah, saying I'm alright.
Do you think that was actually Miss Dragomirov?
I highly doubt it.
I think I should use Mountain Soul now.
Yeah, maybe ask Harriet for permission about that, because she is syndicate. Maybe
Yeah.
she'll allow it.
Alon asks Harriet if he can do a small ritual. A small ritual ask.
What kind of a small ritual?
Basically, he'd ask the nearby spirits to confirm their suspicions.
Never heard of any kind of magic like that, but it's worth a try, I suppose. Go for it.
So Alon does his ritual. It's
Well, you start to do it. As you start to take out the pipe and smoke, Harriet's like, wait, that kind of ritual? Well, at least go out there and do it in the back of the luggage car where you're technically outside. So she
Alon
forces you guys.
grumbles a little.
So she allows it, but she forces you guys to move back. You go into the next car through the luggage car, and you go into the little like part in the back of the train where you can go out, and you're still like on the train, but yeah, it's outside. So
Alon grumbles a little. Does the posse come across anyone as they go to?
no, nobody's back there. It's you guys. It's just you guys and Harriet.
So Alon takes out his pipe. Maybe arranges a few of his things, takes out his pipe and starts his ritual. My question would be, did Jacqueline kill Dragomirov?
You commune, use the magic of the Alon. Your mountain soul communes with the spirits, the magic of the natural world beyond the city of Rivayle. Powers even unbeknownst to even the Titans themselves. And you receive a vision, an answer to whether or not Jacqueline is the culprit. And what you are told is no.
Okay.
Alon
drama.
Alon tells the posse what he learned, and he was pretty sure then, yes.
Well, if the
By
there's
the way,
a lot of spirit in this
oh
area
no, wait,
that
you
can
guys go
commune
first.
with you.
You guys go ahead.
I said there's probably a lot of spirits in this area that can commune with you, so, and your ritual has been effective so far, so I'll trust you on that. To be frank, I didn't really want to accuse her anyway. But then, I suppose the next suspect down the list is Zero.
Harriet sort of nods solemnly, like, I don't want to accuse them, but everything is lining up. So where it really seems like, as she catches something out of the corner of her eye. As soon as she turns, since you guys are outside, you're basically at the back of the train, and you look, and she looks into the distance, and she, what's that? You look where she's looking, and you look into the distance. You think it's hard to tell because it's dark and it's misty and it's foggy. It's getting close to sunrise. It'll probably start to be sunrise within the next hour, and you see, it looks like, from what you can tell, which isn't well, but you can tell, it looks like someone is approaching the train.
Alon pulls out his gun.
Yeah, Bailey does the same.
It's
Diana puts her hand in her holster.
it's a vaguely, from what you can tell, it's a vaguely human figure, but the way it's moving is strange. It's almost kind of not shambling. It's not moving like a zombie. It's moving more like it's sort of wading through. It's as though the mist surrounding the area was like a very deep, thick muck, and it's sort of like it's wading through that. And the closer it gets, you'd think you would be able to see it more clearly, but no. The closer it gets, it almost looks more foggy, more misty, more black and smoky. despite this sort of despite the fact that it's a human silhouette.
Oh, it's a wretch.
Don't just gasp. I'm clueless.
It's a wretch.
Oh.
Yeah. And Harriet's like, what's that thing? That ain't a person. And she sort of turns to you
Diana-
guys like, what is it? What's going on?
Diana stops and then just very slowly takes a deep breath. I think we should go back inside.
The Harriet nods very quickly and agreed. And she just dashes back inside as fast as she can. Yeah, you guys don't know what wretches are. But you've seen one, and yeah, going back inside seems like a good idea. So that's what y'all do. So as you go back inside, you're in the luggage car, and there is someone there now. It's the woman in the mask.
Oh my.
We think we may have found some more evidence. What about you?
I think tell me what you've learned first. Again, I want you to tell me what you've learned first. She noticeably turns to Alon and she's like, what did you discover?
Alon,
We'll tell her everything. Or go ahead, sorry.
Alon tells her about the secret passages and his ritual confirming Jacqueline did not do it.
Ah, I see. She says, and she almost, it's very small, but you can almost hear a little bit of a chuckle from her after Alon says that, and she says, you're a powerful shaman, just like your parents. And the woman takes off the mask.
I knew it.
And
Woman.
And the woman takes off the mask. And it is in fact a woman, of course. But she only has one eye. She has an eye patch. She's an older woman. But you're probably maybe a little younger, maybe a little around Dragomirov's age. Just a little hard to tell, but she is an older woman. Short hair, a little scruffy. The Harriet Diana Bailey, you still don't know who this is. But Alon, this is your mentor.
Yep.
Dun dun dun.
It's been a long time, Riolanda.
Say hello to the crow of the wastes.
Yep. So, hold on. I got a thing I can show you guys. 1 second. Where is it? To edit this to make it visible to everyone. But yes, you can go and look in the journal. If you go and look in the journal, there is now a profile for Corvina.
Oh, Corvina, like Corvid.
Corvid. Big deal. Crow of the Wastes. A former mercenary whose line of work made her believe that Rivayle was beyond saving, and if there was any hope for the world remaining, it lied beyond the domain of the Titans. Corvina has spent most of her life traveling, exploring beyond the city, becoming acquainted with the people and creatures of the wilderness. In her youth, she came across a family of local shamans in a mountainous region. Shortly after, they were mauled to death by a fearsome beast. She rescued their young son and taught him how to survive on his own until he was old enough to fend for himself, leaving him with only a gun before continuing on with her journeys. For many years, she's contemplated whether or not abandoning that boy was the right decision, wondering what became of him, as much as fearing if her choice would ever come back to haunt her.
The crow of the wastes.
Yep, that's her big deal and everything.
Slay.
And she says she's clearly old and world weary, but she manages to smile at Alon. She says, "It's been a long time, Riolanda. I'm happy to see you again, and happy to see that you've, well, I can't really say whether or not you've joined society, but if nothing else, you've made friends."
Alan smiles. He did miss Corvina. He looks a bit bashful. I mean, this lady pretty much raised him. Even if she did leave him after a few years.
She pats Alon's hatless head, because Jonas still has the hat, and smiles at him. She says, I've thought and worried about you for a long time, Riolanda.
Alan mutters, I'm glad you're alright. Though I go by Alon now.
She laughs very softly and says, Alon it is. It's funny I'd meet you like this, you returning to your home, or what was once your home. Afraid it's rather unrecognizable now, but with what Schillendrig has done to it.
So, I'm sorry, So you're Alon's mentor, the woman who raised him, but you weren't here because you knew he'd be here? I assumed you were keeping an eye on him.
She looks at Bailey and just sort of almost shrugs and says, actually, it's just a coincidence. Though, perhaps it is serendipitous, as you know, I was heading back to them. From being on this train, I was heading back to Jackalope Mountain, the very place that I found and raised Alon.
Out of nowhere, Diana puts her hand on her hat, moves it to her mouth, and then turns away and walks a few steps away and leans against the wall.
Corvina looks at Diana. Everything all right?
She has no response, but waves her hand in a sort of leave me alone for a bit kind of manner.
She seems to understand, and so she turns away and leaves Diana to be. So it sounds like in any case, sounds like the two of you it sounds like you've nearly gotten to the bottom of this. She's addressing Bailey and Alon.
Seems so.
Before Alan forgets.
I'm sorry?
Before Alan forgets, he does ask one thing. He says, I just want to be sure. You did not kill Dragomirov, right?
She kind of laughs softly and says, "Of course not. Based on what you've told me, I'm almost positive that the other syndicate employee is the one responsible."
That's the conclusion we've come to as well. Foolish of me to write him out so quickly.
Alan fights the temptation to hug his mother figure.
Hug her. I'm not saying you have to, but I'm just saying I would like to see it. Not as the GM, just as a fan of this campaign. Hug her.
That stoic demeanor of theirs is exactly what they wanted me to see, and I fell for it.
Alan does the... I forgot.
Aw, you're okay. Oh no, that was in character. This is so Corvina decides she might as well take the initiative herself, and she pulls Alon into a hug, gives him another pat on the head. It's all right.
Alan goes a bit stiff but melts into the hug.
Aww.
He missed this.
Aww, I love him.
I regret waiting so many years to do this. I can only take solace in the fact that, well, it's clear you don't need me anymore.
Alan then tells Corvina he does plan to have, when he does get a new house, she would be invited.
She smiles.
He'd be invited.
She smiles probably more than she smiled in years, and says, I'd love that. But then,
I love them.
yes, I was waiting so long for this.
Can't blame you.
Although Alan does break the hug, there's currently 0 is higher priority right now.
Yeah.
There's a murder to be solved.
Corvina nods as you all kind of seem to come in agreement. Okay, we need to go and deal with this. So as you're heading back into the next car, which is the sleeping car, there's nothing there. But as you're heading into the dining car, there's no one in there either. Everyone is still in the lounge. But as you're going through the dining car and the library car, it's possible you notice at the corner of your eye, in the windows, there is more of that misty, shadowy, humanoid, whatever it was that you saw, the wretches, basically. You might see more of them out the corner of the eye, and occasionally coming and going through the windows, by the windows. You think, even depending on how much you're paying attention to this, or if you notice, there might be more than one.
Well, Bailey still has their gun out, for the record.
Yeah.
And
When Diana rejoins the group, she's wiping at her eyes, but she seems generally okay.
So as you're in you're going through the library car, and suddenly you run into Anvelt, and and he says, oh, there you are. Move aside. I need to retrieve something from the luggage car.
Those wouldn't happen to be your weapons, would they?
Anvelt just kind of smirks. We found what the conductor hit. Anvelt smirks and says, we found what the conductor hit. Well, we didn't. None of us are sure what it is. But whatever it is, I'm gonna need to rain some holy judgment down upon them.
Was it vaguely humanoid?
Yes.
Bailey nods. Very well, and they move out of the way.
So as you go past Anvelt and you go into the lounge car, you see that around the windows, so while you could kind of vaguely see them out the windows of the other two cars, when you go into the lounge car, you see everyone is kind of most of folks are kind of huddled around and grouped around towards the center and kind of a little crowd, except for Zero. And you see that they're basically trying to be as far from the windows as possible, because you can see, looking at the windows, there are several wretches at the windows directly in front of them, looking as though they're trying to claw their way into the train.
Uh-oh.
And
Zero is where?
she's not here. And Jacqueline is just, and you can see Jacqueline is freaking out, like, what are those things? They're magic. Oh my god. And she's just like, she is getting the worst possible vibes from these things. whatever they are. She doesn't know what they are. Nobody knows what they are. Everyone is terrified right now. Anvelt was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go grab my guns, apparently, to deal with this. And, but yeah, Zero is not here. And Harriet is looking around because she's still with you. And she just asked the group, where's Zero? And they all look at each other, and the group looks at each other, and Jonas says, the Under Syndicate guy? They're not here. And it seemed like everybody kind of assumed Zero was here. But now they realize that they're gone. And the conductor is like, alright, just what's going on here? And the Harriet has to approach him. He's like, looks like we've got even more trouble in our hands than we thought, and we already had quite a lot. You two, I'll try and make sure you three. She turns to the posse. You go find Zero. I'll make sure everyone is safe. Anvelt looking like he's helping too.
I hope you two can, well, handle those things on your own. If you need help, call for us.
She nods, and then you all hurry on to the only part the place that Zero could be, if they're still on the train, which is at the very front car, the engine and the conductor, and where the conductor normally is.
Knew this prick was up to something.
Is the door locked or is it open?
You find when you try to open the door, it's a little hard to get open.
I'm busted it open.
You
first time.
you might have to force it a bit.
Yeah, I'll guts it, and I'm gonna invoke Vigorous as well, as Bailey just demonstrates some surprising strength for how pretty they are.
Okay.
And I'll
Fantastic.
There goes the door.
Yep, you got it.
There's the door, bitch.
You wreck that door. You show that door who's boss. And then you enter the room where the conductor is. This is sort of the conductor's room engine area. And before we continue on with that, give me just 1 minute again. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's fine.
We keep murdering doors. We keep murdering
Not a single door will
doors.
survive our wrath.
Okay, 1 moment. Alright. We're back, and you enter the room. And, of course, in it is Zero. They turn to you, expressionless as always, even considering the circumstances, and say, "Oh, it's you." I've seen you. If you're here, I can see you've already seen the current situation.
Diana's biting back her tongue.
They asked
Sorry.
a question.
They did they?
Yeah,
Or they phrased that as a question, okay.
yeah.
You would be correct. Billy's like glaring at them.
Yes, I'm here for sorry. Okay. Zero doesn't visibly respond in any way, aside from saying, I'm seeing if there's anything here that could be of assistance. Seems like that priest is already taking matters into his own hands.
Do they have their gun with them?
Zero?
Yes.
They don't have a gun.
They don't?
They don't.
And where exactly is your weapon, syndicate employee? Aren't you rather disgracing the uniform, not keeping yourself defended in such dire straits?
I felt it wasn't necessary. Although, you do raise a good point. Now, with the situation that has arisen, perhaps wasn't the best decision. They continue to be as straight-laced as ever, and don't seem to realize that what you've picked up on, what you've discovered.
Alright. Diana, whips her finger forward into a point. We know you fucking killed that guy. Give me one goddamn good reason not to put a bullet in your head right goddamn now.
My companion is correct. Zero of the Scarlet Jewel Syndicate, you are suspected of the murder of Miss Dragomirov. As a sheriff deputy in Vincent's employ, I am placing you under arrest for questioning.
Zero pauses for a moment, then raises their brow at the group. Explain to me, if you claim I am the culprit, which means you have deduced in full the details of how this crime was committed. Share those details with me now. After all, if I am the criminal as you said, and you are entirely certain of this, it should be no challenge for you to explain what occurred in its entirety.
Diana is not responding, but her hand is like over her holster and it is twitching like a dog.
Multiple passengers have reported seeing...
Oh, wait, hold on, Bailey. Are you going to be the one to explain the crime?
Diana's not doing it, so...
Alon, do you want to? Camus?
Yeah, I hear you.
Do you want to? Or?
Everything okay?
Everything's okay. I'm just sleepy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is a long one as predicted, but we're basically on the final act now, so.
Right.
Uh,
I think Bailey should do it. They had the most experience throughout solving this mystery.
Well, fair enough.
alright. Alright, and...
Although Alon already has his gun out.
Go!
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry.
That's great. Yeah, that's great. The conductor's grandson reports seeing a shadowy figure in his room directly next to the room in which our tragic victim was murdered. Your fellow syndicate employee Harriet showed us doors in between each compartment that only syndicate employees would be aware of and, more importantly, have access to. You, rather cleverly, pretended that your keys had been misplaced and planted them in Miss Jacqueline's room along with the murder weapon and the uniform that, again, only syndicate employees could access, in order to frame her, as you correctly surmised that she had a motive and had access to her room as well through the side doors. I must say you're remarkably stealthy to slip through all those rooms undetected, but it would make perfect sense for one so versed in hiding your appearance and expression to do so. There seems to be no one who could have done it other than you. The only thing we don't know is your motive. Why would you target someone who has been, may I say, rather helpful to your Lord Shillandru? If you would kindly elaborate.
A second, sorry.
The suspense is killing me.
Okay, there we go. So, you've explained the crime, as you have seemed to have accurately deduced it. And it takes a moment, but eventually you start to hear laughter. It's quiet at first, but slowly it gets louder and louder as Zero's expression cracks
Uh-oh.
like a mirror.
Uh-oh.
It's as their face twits and contorts as if something has been, as if a facade now made of glass has been completely shattered and broken. And what's left is an expression on their face that can only be described as horribly, maddeningly psychotic. They take off their
Cecil.
They take off their gloves. You all are so damn impatient.
I'm patient, I'm listening, I'm quiet.
I have to put this in.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Hold on. Where the freak did I put this?
Yo!
Oh my god.
Oh my
Where did I put
fucking
this?
god. Oh my fucking god. Yo! Oh
They
my
take off their
God.
gloves and reveal a strange purple marking on the back of their hand. It's very elaborate, sort of very mysterious, perhaps mystical in nature. It's hard to tell, but it's very bizarre. You've never seen anyone with a mark or a tattoo or a hand like that on them before. And as they speak, you noticed their eyes have started to glow.
Oh, fuck
Not
no,
the
really,
icy blue that you've known. That cold icy blue stare is completely gone. It's as though it's been melted and replaced now with a shining, bright golden yellow. Wow, so that Harriet really sold me out after all. Wow, some coworker she is. I'd report this to Lord. I see I've been punished accordingly, but she's, well. We've already made the, although we still could have use for her. You're quite good. I must say I am impressed. Fact you didn't suspect me from the start. Well, I almost expected it coming in from you, Danielle.
Hearing that, Diana fumbles her hands over her holster and her gun falls out of the holster and onto the floor. No. That's what she says. Just stumbled out sounds.
Yeah. I never understand why you hated me so much. We have a lot in common, you know. You change none of either of us go by the names we were born with.
She's still not saying anything. She's just blubbering, and her hands are like shaking way more than they were before. And she, instead of looking angry like before, just looks genuinely terrified.
So,
about the only you were so congratulations, you were correct about the only so you were and so I might as well have you the courtesy for getting this far. I might as well have you the courtesy of answering your question. Of course, the intended as you've deduced, my intended target was Miss Regina or Reggie. It's a cute nickname. I quite like it. But well, you see, you 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 see, even though the syndicate now technically owns her workshop, we aren't in as full control of it as well as Lord Icy would like. And of course, she had to go and leave it to that woman and her family. So, I devised a little plan, and well, as soon as I pitched it to Lord Icy, why he was simply tickled pink at the idea. Because with both Reggie and her heir she appointed out of the way, we gained full control of her workshop and her engineering secrets. You know, she worked on this train, made it work so much better than it did before, running out. But you know, such things come with a cost. And that no longer, when I proposed a way for Lord Icy to keep that money in his pockets, well, well, I'm afraid.
Bailey is kind of shocked. So, because she wasn't content to be your slave, you had her killed, or planned to at any rate, before we stopped you.
I hadn't accounted for her and her mother switching rooms. Such an old trick. I should have predicted it. Well, at least I managed to drug the right person. Oh well. Such mistakes are bound to happen. I still am in the beta phase after all.
Beta phase? This does explain your proximity to Ashillendrake, too. Those lovely new tattoos in those eyes of yours. I'm assuming this ritual that Klausovich and his men were providing artifacts for was for you. You've been selected for some sort of special magical project. You must be so proud of yourself, you monster.
Huh? Magical artifacts? Ritual? Afraid I know nothing about that, friend. But it sure does sound interesting. Something maybe I'll look into now. If Bryce said it's had to do with some Klausovich fella, well, that's certainly some interesting information. I ought to thank you.
You are being awful presumptuous, my friend. You assume that we're gonna let you leave this train alive. And Bailey's already pointing her gun at him.
Oh. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. It doesn't matter either way. Oh, I wasn't even supposed to enter this phase this early. But life is just a series of battles. It adds up to war. I'm so damn tired of keeping secrets, keeping it all inside. Treating everything like it's just a game. Forgive me, Lord Icy. But I just have to let the infestation free now. And suddenly, the door to the so there's a door to get into the conductor's car off to the side, and that suddenly blasts open, and you can tell, and as it blasts open, there is like this dark aura of mist kind of almost coming and emanating through it, and it's not something you immediately have the sense that that's not something that anyone would want to go and jump into. But Zero says finally, I told you all the night we first met that cause this Zero is a code name. The glad what patient Zero. Well, but I ain't especially. But between you and me, I ain't especially fond of that name either. You want to find out who I really am? You're the person that I've always wanted to be, the person my damn family would never let me be. Those draconian traditionalists. So set in their old ways. You're so lucky, you know. Looking at Bailey in particular, the folks in Dustholm, they never minded what you were. They maybe even supported you. If only we were all that lucky.
Your fun life comes with its own pain. So, you chose a rather appropriate code name, whatever your true name is, for we plan to reduce you to nothing.
I like to see you. I'm so damn excited to see you try. And in it going so fast that you almost wonder, in almost a hypersonic leap, a blink, so fast that you know that no ordinary human could move that way, not without some extremely powerful magic, like an extreme, like beyond what you've ever seen. Like, Bailey, you've seen acceleration spells before. This is nothing like that. This is on another level from that. So fast, they are gone. They are out that door and out into the mist and the darkness. Faster barely before you can even blink.
The second that Zero is out of shot, Diana falls onto the ground, and she is very clearly crying.
Alon is torn between comforting Diana or rushing to the door to see where Zero or whatever he calls himself went.
I'll take care of them. You take care of Diana.
Alon nods and kneels before Diana.
Bailey kind of like gives Diana a little like pat on the shoulder comfortingly before turning around and running after Zero?
Question mark?
Zero with a question mark.
Zero question mark? But yeah, congrats, Sal.
Hey, Sal fucking called it.
So are we with Diana? So who went after them again?
Go ahead. Diana doesn't have to do anything right now.
Who went after them again?
Alon is with Diana. Bailey is after Zero.
Okay. Should we just leave Diana and Alon for now, and then will you guys back up later? Okay. All right.
Sure.
So one moment. So for it. So as Bailey rushes into the darkness after Zero? Apparently not their real name. By the way, you did notice that when Zero was sort of actually when Zero was speaking just now, that during that whole thing, you noticed their voice no longer sounded, very obviously wasn't as, modulated as it was before. But not even just like as far as like they had a rather androgynous appearance, and the way you notice now that the way they spoke, the way they modulated voice kind of helped to mask the fact that their voice was actually rather feminine.
Oh.
So it's just something that you noticed. I forgot to point it out. But yes, you head into the darkness, and as you come, and as you and you see as you're passing, and you see. Oh, I get to change this. I have to get this changed to something funny now. You into the mist. The sun is now rising. It is daybreak. As the sun is rising, you see, cascaded in the glow of the sunrise is these figures. These dark, misty, humanoid, monstrous figures. Dozens of them have surrounded the train and are walking towards you and the train in that sort of way that I mentioned before, where it's almost like they're wading through a muck. And on your way, you notice Anvelt is already out there with his Gatling guns and is trying to shoot them down where he can. But as you're looking around, obviously you're looking for the culprit of the murder, and you don't quite see them. You're looking around. All you can see as far as you can see, all you can see is these creatures, and they're surrounded you, and you realize they're basically blocking your path. You might have to fight your way through them in order to reach who you're trying to find.
Alright, here we go.
So, let me explain. I gotta explain something here. Gameplay mechanic thing. Normally in the gun system, any kind of violence or intending to do harm is risky, which means that basically makes it harder, because I have to roll along with you guys, and then if I succeed, but if you don't succeed, or vice versa, what you were trying to do succeeds, but there are some additional negative consequences. I realize this actually makes the combats pretty difficult, and I didn't necessarily always want that. So what I decided to do, and I didn't note this because I kind of figured this out recently, was what I decided to do was that is in effect when you're actually facing what would realistically be considered a risky opponent. Because something like, another person, like a zombie, you know what a zombie is. A bandit, it's just another human being. You don't know what these things are, the wretches. You have no clue what these are. When you try to fight these things, it's going to be a risky combat. Meaning you can succeed. Basically, it means you can succeed in attacking them, but also still potentially have other consequences or take damage. Based on what I roll.
That's not good.
Yeah. Welcome this is hard mode.
Well, Diana's having
This is the boss fight.
If I can speak freely, I advise you get Alon and go back and leave Diana alone for now. Maybe she can come later, but she's not in the mood to do anything right now.
They might need your help. Well, thanks.
Might need y'all's help.
Is Corvina around?
Well, if Diana really is, really can't help, then you do at least have Anvil, and some of the other folks from the train maybe might come out to help you too. We'll see.
Diana can try, but I don't know if there's status effects in this for fucking panicked crying out of your mind, but if there is, she would have that.
Alon tasks Diana with protecting. Should be the last line.
Like last line of defense?
Yep. Protect the kids and the civilians.
Oh yeah, she can go protect them as best she can.
Alon tells her to protect the civilians, the kid, everyone who can't fight back. Hit go and join the fray.
Okay. Yeah, that can work.
All right. So where's Alon now?
Trying to find Bailey.
All right. So you find Bailey sort of still near the train, not too far from because they realize that they can't get that far because there are wretches surrounding the train, and are basically blocking your path. Anvelt is over on you're on one end of the train, the front end where you came out of. Anvelt is closer to the far end because that's where he had to go and get his Gatling guns. But yeah, Alon, you find Bailey, not too far out from the train. Your path blocked by the wretches.
Yeah, I'd assume they're like mid-battle currently.
Oh, Bailey is?
Probably.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, if that's alright.
Yeah, sure.
There's so many of them, I assume they've kind of started without Alon.
No, that's fine.
So, should I roll shoot one in the head?
Yeah, go for it.
Precision, and that's 2d6. Wait, that's a 2d6, alright, right? Never mind, it's still a 6. And I invoke my... double action gun big deal.
Oh, nice. Yeah, but I have to roll 2.
I don't have... If I hit something with my first shot, I don't have to roll, to hit another.
Yeah. So your Alon gets a great shot on these freakish, mysterious creatures, whatever they are. Manages to blast one directly in the head, and then another one right nearby it. So that's and as soon as you hit it, it just sort of falls to the ground and then like dissipate, and then just sort of like it doesn't completely dissipate. You can tell it's kind of like it's sort of the music is supposed to loop. I had a problem loading. Why? It was fine a moment ago. Sorry. Problem loading. I'm so sorry. Just load it up on your own end and loop it again. I'm sorry. I don't know why the bot hates us tonight. But yeah, they fall to the ground and don't completely dissipate, but they're just kind of lying there and are mostly just less misty than they were before. There's notably less of them, and they're no longer moving. So that's 2 down. It clears it.
Nice one.
And it does clear the way a little bit. But there's
we're still surrounded, basically.
You're still quite fairly surrounded, but you do clear it out a little bit. You manage to get a little farther from the train. You think you see another figure, a much less misty one, in the distance. If you keep up with what Alon just did, you might be able to catch up to the culprit.
All right. I will shoot as well. I will be powerful with it. Boop. I got a 4. Nice one. Ain't seen you with that very often. You're good. Now my turn.
Success.
Oh, yeah.
Success. You take out another of the wretches that's blocking your path. It falls to the ground and semi-dissipates and stops moving in a similar manner. You get a little farther. You take out 1 or 2 more. You might be able to catch up.
Alon shoots. Precision again. Dice, nice. Dice not hating us today.
Success. You get this. I'm succeeding too, so it's turned out really well. Yeah, you managed to get through that. You managed to get through that one pretty easily. And as you're doing that, you're starting to get a clear path now. Maybe just another one or two taken down, and you'll get there. But just as you take that one down, suddenly someone runs after you guys to make up for Diana's lack of being here. It's Reggie, and she's got. You have no idea how to describe her weapon. It looks like a giant metallic pair of scissors, kind of, sort of. None of you have ever seen a weapon like this. It's clearly something very unique. It's definitely something that Reggie made herself. But either way, she's got a weapon, and she's catching up to you. And she catches up with you. She catches up with you guys. And when a wretch tries to block her path, she tries to strike it, but unfortunately, she misses. And so she calls out to you guys, who are just very close by. Hey, a little help here?
I got it. Had some modifications done to this gun recently. Whoever takes it from my corpse is going to be real happy, but today is not that day. I'm going to use that modification, the reinforced stock that I just got, to shoot with range.
Yeah.
So I will roll 2d6 for this. And I got a 6. Get owned. Since Reggie's a little farther away, Bailey kind of like braces it against those shoulder, aims down sights, and gets the distant one.
So what happens there is you do manage to hit the wretch, but unlike the others before, it doesn't immediately go down. It's still kind of it's shaken, but it's still kind of in your way. Another shot should take it down, though.
Do I shoot again? Or is Alon? Yeah, you do.
However you want to approach it.
I think I'll roll range with this one.
Well, well, now I do it. Oh, but I gotta succeed, so we'll say that Alon manages to take it down with the shot, a range shot from a distance. Unfortunately, it manages to alert another wretch that was sort of nearby, a little further distance away. That one grabs your attention, and now it's sort of heading towards you. So now you have one more to take out before you. And then you should be in the clear. But Reggie is going to help out too. And Reggie goes, take this, whatever you are. And she attacks the wretch with her big scissor weapon thing, and successfully takes it down. And now you have a clear path where you can see. You are much closer now. You can see what has to be the culprit, just a bit a ways from you. But all right, there they are. Let's go get them. So Reggie starts chasing after. Reggie makes a beeline for them. I assume you guys follow.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep.
Billy looks pissed.
Yep. So you make it to the culprit, just a bit of a ways from the horde of wretches that you made your way past, and when you approach them, they turn to you, still with that utterly insane look on their face, But you notice this had their face had changed. The rest of them is beginning to look a little different. You notice their hair, which previously was long and straight, has shortened, and it's gotten shaggier, much more of a wavy style. It's a slightly darker color, with almost a little bit of a very vaguely muted purple, little purple bits at the end. And as they turn to you, their body language is like looking almost very they're moving in a way that's very. I genuinely don't know how to describe this, and I'm very frustrated because it's a cool image in my head, but I don't know how to put it into words. The way they're moving is just it's very kooky and weird, and the way that their body is almost like moving almost seems a little bit unnaturally. And as they... sorry, this one went extremely long, and but yeah, we're on the final stretch now. Oh my god. And okay.
It's going really great.
Thank you. Okay. So their body is moving kind of just very in this creepy, unnatural kind of manner as they say, well, nice work, but I'm nice work, but I'm afraid this is where the real challenge starts. Let's begin at last, shall we? I've waited so long for this, and you notice they didn't have any weapons on them before, but they're also now sort of covered. Part of them is sort of where they reach for where there would normally be, like, where the syndicate members normally have, like, a holster with a gun. They reach there, and there's just, like, this sort of misty, magical flash. I'm not sure how to describe it. Other than, yeah, it's just a sort of flash of magic, and their belt transforms and instead of a holster for the guns, it transforms via, which you can assume is the magic, into a holster holding a bunch of daggers and knives. So they grab those and they suddenly make a lunge, like an extremely fast lunge for Bailey. With the knives.
Can Alon use his gun deal hair trigger to try to shoot? I'm calling him Zestel.
Go for it. What were you trying to do?
Use my gun deal hair trigger.
So you get an extra die on speed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, go for it.
And that means I roll a 1d6. Fuck.
So unfortunately, Alon does not manage to avoid it, and gets. Well, they do. They aren't like. Well, Alon is not like stabbed, but they slide away in time. But they do get a cut on the. But they do get. He does get a cut. Sort of along the side of his neck. It's not a huge injury, but you are bleeding. And I will say that, and that is. It's not been relevant in so long. I almost forgot we had grit for a moment. But you do take take 1 grit of damage from that yeah, basically just grazed with the knife across the neck, and it's bleeding. It's 1 grit of damage.
Alon reels back and tries to make some distance between him and not Zethel.
Almost.
How should I try and dodge
Almost.
this
They're
if I
getting
may?
there. Huh?
How should I try and dodge this?
No, but isn't Alon firing back first?
Alon fired back. I think Zethel took the attention to Alon instead and tried to stab him. At least that's how I understood it.
Right. Okay. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Bailey, you go then.
Fuck it. Let's precision his ass. I want to make sure he goes down, and I'll straighten true this as well, because I can use it 4 fucking times.
Nice.
Unfortunately for you, Zero, or whatever your name is, the sun's coming out. And, well, you know, the sun is made of fire, so this may hurt a bit. Or a lot. Preferably the latter, as I roll a 4.
Your shot does connect with, well, you don't know what you may learn soon what this culprit perhaps formerly known as Zero wants to call himself. But it does connect and takes and and they definitely feel it as they stagger. That packet's like, oh yeah, you're certainly right. Oh, that hurts so good. And yeah, they took the hit, but they don't seem all that perturbed by it as they immediately lunge for you and attack. So this is so I don't roll when an enemy is attacking you. You have to roll to see if you avoid it. Yeah.
Oh boy. Can I guts to just try and like tank it or like throw up my gun in the way or something?
However you want to avoid it. It's up to you.
I will. Yeah, I'll do guts and I'll roll vigorous for this. I am not dying to Zessel Venture. I'd never live it down. Oh my.
This is absolutely brutal. This is beyond brutal. Get
Alon
Bailey out of
tackles
there.
Alon tackles Bailey out of the way.
Do they?
Roll for it. Guts, I guess.
What should I roll?
Guts.
Guts 1. Fuck.
Come on, man.
Well, you attempt to tackle Bailey out of the way. I will say that sort of works. It's sort of like what happened just a moment ago with you, Alon. The knife, the knife of your attacker is only sort of basically manages to get Bailey in the arm. Does one grit of damage. As a cut on their arm as they're now bleeding. Huh?
Can't believe we're gonna die to this sadomasochist.
Bailey's like kind of like goes to grab their arm and like nods at Alon and thanks.
This is for
Do you
my
want to
mom.
next, or should I?
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Reggie was talking.
Oh yeah, Rip. So and then here to lend you a hand. Reggie is of course still here to lend you a hand. She makes a dive for her mother's murderer and says, "This is for Mama." Unfortunately, she is not quite fast enough as they manage to swiftly dodge out of the way. And
The dice has forsaken us.
oh,
This is bullshit.
nice try, Miss Reggie. Keep that up, and maybe you'll hit me in the next century. And so as the attacker is trying to goes in again. You notice that as they've been attacking you throughout this fight, as it goes on, their appearance has been morphing, changing via little like flashes of misty, some sort of magic that you don't currently have. Well, if you had to sit down and really figure out what it is, you don't have that opportunity at the moment, but you can only assume it's some sort of sorcery that's slowly been transforming. That's slowly as this fight occurs, transforming formerly known as Zero and their body until they eventually start to look quite a bit different. Very noticeably, the most noticeable thing of all is how they were difficult. It was difficult to determine their gender before. You didn't know. I never know if Zero was a man or a woman. But now, from the way that they've changed, the way that their body has changed, this is clearly a man.
Oh my fucking god.
You've almost think you might have heard as the fight was he clearly a he now was trying to stab you. You might have even heard his bones, parts of his body like cracking, contorting, shifting, changing from the magic into this new form. And with it also comes new clothes. He's no longer in the syndicate. He's no longer in the syndicate uniform. He has a completely new outfit, and ones where you can see more of those straight, bizarre purple markings on his arms and around his neck and the top of his chest as well.
Bailey kind of looking him up and down, just remarks on this like, nice new look. I see you've made your stand, changed yourself according to your whims, and you've decided exactly who you want to be. Admirable. But unfortunately, you've chosen to walk the path of murder and wickedness, and so you will die now as your true self.
You shoot? Do you shoot?
Absolutely, I will shoot him with precision again.
Get his ass! Get his ass!
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm straight and truing again. I got 2 4s, so it didn't really matter.
Fuck yeah.
Nice. So once again, your shot manages to hit the newly transformed man. But just like before, even though the shot seems to connect, it hits. He feels it, but all he does is laugh and grin. Oh, more, please! This is better. This is the best I've ever felt in my whole life. Yes, this is my true self, and so let me tell you my true name as well. And as he goes in for another attack. And he goes in for another attack. How do you choose to draw it? To dodge it?
Against me?
Alon,
Yeah, against Bailey, yeah.
Can I use magic? Try and he's mid-transformation, mid-beta phase. Can I try and
go
if
you're
that's helping him?
Go for it. Magical shield, whatever go for it.
Alright, here we go. Owned. Skill issue?
Wait.
So
Dispel the evil spirit.
you manage to use Bailey makes a sorceress shield, uses their own magic to create a sorcerer shield that's that sort of catches the knife, leaving you but leaves you very close to the man who had just tried to stab you, catching his knife with magic. All he can do is grin maliciously.
Alon shoots him in the head.
Says, "Zesovench,"
Alon,
and says, "Zesovench." Bit old-fashioned. It's a little old-fashioned, like our own Lord Ashilindrig, but it's a wonderful name, don't you? It's a wonderful name, don't you think?
Alon tries to shoot Cecil in the head while he's trying to chat it up.
Go for it. Roll.
Come on, Camus, come on!
Rolling with precision.
Let's go!
I keep pressing 1.
Nice.
We'll take a shot.
So Alon, while Cecil is caught literally kind of caught by Bailey's magic at the moment, Alon manages to shoot him from behind, and this actually causes it, and he really feels that. He groans out very loudly, and that was strong, and that knocks him. And that staggers him. It knocks him down, and he just barely sort of manages to stay on his feet. But then he still drops the knife that he had in his hand. But then, as he's reaching for the next one, because he's got quite a lot of them in that belt. He said, "You called me evil, but really, is it real? But folks, you called me evil, but what is evil? Is evil really? I find that it's what folks have. It's really just a little. I find that it's just another word for misunderstood. Folks have such a strange way. It's such a people fear what they don't understand. It's such a. I understand. What they call evil is just what they refuse to accept. And
You're really going to imply that I don't know what it's like to be misunderstood? I've never killed an innocent old lady, Mr. Zeselventure. Don't try and make excuses now.
such is the casualties of war, my friend, which ain't a game anymore. As they try to attack Bailey again. Dodge.
Wait, can I say something?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that Diana can burst out from where she was before with her gun drawn and try to fire?
Yeah. If Diana wants to show up now, go for it.
Yeah, okay.
I
So,
assume...
door bursts open. Girlie's got her gun drawn. I figured out a way to balance this for myself. I was thinking, like, I know she can't aim perfectly right now because she's in a bit of a mania state. But I realized that her gun is, if you're forced to aim, you get -1 dice.
Yeah.
So I guess she's definitely going for speed because she is coming out of the door immediately. And I have the 2 in speed and then the quality holster, which would be a 3, but I get bumped back down to a 2 by the being forced to aim. So I roll 2d6 for this. And she's not even saying anything. She's just firing. And she hits. Lovely.
So, okay, so as Cecil is going in to attack Bailey again, suddenly he's hit in the shoulder by the fire from a shot from quite far away. And as you all turn, and you don't, it's so much that the rest of the that Alon and Bailey and Reggie where did that shot come from? And they turn around and see a bit of ways is Diana, who's come on to
an anime moment.
Yeah, I love that.
Anime
I love
moment.
that.
Yay! And she's like haggard breaths and like shaking like a dog, but her hands are like so tightly on the gun that it just managed to connect.
And here comes a pure-hearted maiden to strike down the monster.
I don't think she would say anything right now. I know normally Diana would spat something back, but she's not in the mood to say anything back right now.
Yeah, that was mostly directed at Zessel, honestly.
Oh, fair enough.
I assume Annabelle's still smiting and fighting the wretches.
Yeah, Anvil's making sure the wretches. Anvil's basically making sure the rest of the wretches aren't causing you trouble, and you can just focus on Zessel right now.
Thank you, Anvil. One more.
Smite!
What does Zessel do in response?
Yeah, one sec. Yeah. So the last of the trio finally arrives after that's it seems you finally recovered from that psychic damage I dealt you. Didn't look at that. I'm good with more than just knives.
She's still not saying anything. Just trying to aim down the sights.
She's trying to do that. Zessel tries to attack her. So
Alright,
how
so
do
he
you
just like
dodge?
dashes over. Alright.
Oh.
I guess, is this hustle?
However
Am
you
I
choose.
hustling?
It's however you choose to avoid the attack. So it can be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't had to dodge an attack before. Diana's just too good. Alright, well then I will roll for hustle. Which is 1d6. And it's a 1.
Oof.
Girl failed. Girl fucking failed. Makes sense.
So Diana, apparently still quite shaken from what Zessel said earlier,
Oh, shit.
allows him to get a successful stab on her a successful stab into her shoulder for 3 grit damage.
That's my impersonation of forgetting hit.
Oh, what was that?
So Zessel managed to get a pretty close stab onto Diana into her shoulder, and she's bleeding there now. It's 3 grit damage.
Oh no. Half my health. In an instant.
Can I shoot him? I just, if
yeah,
anyone
go,
wants
go.
to get one in, please do. But yeah, and Barry looks pissed.
Boys
That's so
angry.
bad. Go ahead.
Oh no, never mind.
No, what are you gonna say?
I said boys angry.
Yeah. This adventure, you bring up me, you bastard! I think I can still straighten true 1 or 2 more times, so I'm gonna precision this.
Go for it.
Son of a bitch.
Diana.
Bailey's shot misses, but luckily you've still got a 4th person helping you. As Reggie comes in and tries to get a hit in herself. Unfortunately, as she also tries to strike Zessel, she misses as well. Damn it! How the hell is this guy so fast?
Alon tries to shoot him in the head again.
Alon, you're too good at this. You got it. You got it.
Good.
Oof.
Missed.
All right. So the shot. Where did you aim?
The head.
Oof.
Always
All right.
aim for the head.
Okay. Yeah. So Alon successfully shoots Zessel in the head, and he staggers back much further than before. He's now kind of like wobbling as he's trying to walk and push himself forward. But Yeah. Oh, you are good. You are. You are. You are. You are. This is everything I'd hoped. I dreamed it would. Dreamed it. Dreamed it would. Dreamed it would be. I think we got him on the ropes. Reggie suddenly yells as she uh, This is for my mom. This is for my mom, you bastard. She attempts the finishing blow on Zessel, hits him with her scissor weapon, and successfully does so. He's now just smiling and bleeding, horribly injured. But close to her, because her weapon is fairly. Her scissor thing is a close range weapon. But they're close to each other now. But it looks like Zessel is down for the count, but he's just continuing to laugh. And as he's bleeding out, probably dying.
Alon walks to his side and kicks Zessel in the head.
Hold on, something else needs to happen first. So... Very wonderful. So wonderful. Your mother would be your mother would be proud of you, Miss. Your mother would be proud of you, Miss Reggie. You've become every bit as fearsome as she was in her youth. He's like, he's like, what the hell are you talking about? Those old stories about my mom going on? I didn't even. Were those real? And Zessel. Sorry. Zessel is just laughing, coughing up blood at this point, but smiling and laughing, and oh yes, more true than you'll ever know, or maybe, or I stand corrected, as I may, or that's how it should have been, that's how it should have been. But I'm afraid your mother, Miss Dragomirov, was a most rugged bandit when she was your age. Robbed and killed many rich folk, including a wealthy couple. And you never knew your father, did you? You never knew your father, did you, miss? And Reggie suddenly kind of stops in her tracks, and she's like, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know so much about my mom? And she's shocked. She's taken aback and shocked now as Zessel continues. That couple she killed. They had an infant daughter. For the first time in her life, Miss Dragomirov, well, she felt that thing that outlaws in this world ever so rarely feel: guilt. Oh my God, Reggie is shocked to her core by this, with Zessel's apparent implication that she is that is actually Grimirov's adopted daughter. You're saying that she adopted you, raised you because she killed your own parents. Now, ain't that the most delicious, beautiful bit of irony you ever heard? Oh, it can't be true, it can't. As Reggie is struggling to come to terms with this, wanting to believe that Zessel is lying, he manages to strike her with his knives. A final blow. A final strike to her. As strong, as powerfully, and he can muster with the last of his strength. A fatal blow that ensures that she was taken down with him. Oh, but can't you see it, Miss Reggie? The beauty in defeat. But unlike you, I'll win in the end. I always do. The infestation has only just begun. So both Zessel and Reggie fall to the ground, bleeding out, dead. Their bodies, their corpses illuminated by the rising, but also in shadow by the rising sun.
Diana shoots Zessel's corpse in the face 3 times.
Yeah, can I get a little dramatic with this too?
Go for it.
Seeing Reggie fall over and clearly dead, Bailey kind of clasps their hand over their face for a second and then turns to Zessel, raises a bullet rather dramatically. May thy blood-stained hands be eroded away by rain. May thy lying tongue be silenced forever. With mystic words and clasped hands, I pray that the wicked shall be smote down from above. Blitz fire as they fire a blazing, lightning-wreathed bullet right into his chest.
I'll say that Diana does her shots after Bailey does theirs. She still wants to shoot him.
Yeah. Zessel is most definitely dead.
Yippee! Small victories.
But unfortunately, managed to take Reggie down with him.
Alon has no dramatic words. He just keeps kicking the corpse in the head.
Fuck yeah. Get his ass. A few moments after that, Diana just pockets her gun and then walks a few paces away and sits down. And she just puts her head in her hands.
So you're out. The posse is now out here alone with the corpses of Reggie and Zessel. What do you do next?
Diana's taking a minute.
Yeah,
As she so commonly does.
Yeah, Bailey will sit with her until she's ready to go.
Alon intends to carry Reggie's body back to the train.
So as you're waiting there for a while, just kind of, you've all kind of need a moment after all of that. Eventually, Jacqueline, you see in the distance walking towards you is Jacqueline. And she eventually comes to you and she sees what's happened. And she just sort of gets on her knees and down looks at Reggie's corpse. And she says, "I'm so sorry." So now Jacqueline has kind of joined you in this sort of silent moment out in the desert. The sun has risen. And it doesn't take you long to notice that she is crying too. She has her hands in her face and she's crying. "I'm so sorry."
After a couple more minutes of just silence from everyone, Diana finally calms down to the point where she can very slowly stand up again. "I don't want to be anywhere near here ever again. I just want to go home."
Jacqueline turns to Diana and nods. "Couldn't have said it better myself. But she turns her head back to Reggie's body. And Alon, this might be where you come in, because you said you were planning to help with that.
Yeah, he picks up the body, makes sure that even in death she'd be comfortable. He carries the body as gently as he could.
And as you remove Jacqueline's body, or Reggie's body, and you start to you start to bring it back to the train, Jacqueline catches up with you after a moment. She noticed something. So as you guys are heading on, a minute or so later, she runs and catches up with you. She is holding up something that she found next to Reggie's body. And I'll show you guys a picture. I'll show you guys a picture of it. It's a rosary, but it's like specifically a Rivayle one. It's not a cross. It's like another sort of design. It's sort of like a circle with like some angel-looking wings kind of thing. I'll show you a picture of it later. But it's a Rivaylian rosary, and she picked it up and she's looking at it, and something she noticed about it, and Bailey, you also notice about that you pick up on this thing that she's holding, is there is dark, malicious, just very spiteful magic from it. It's not fully manifested yet, but it feels like this is what the beginnings of a cursed item feels like in terms of magic. She's like, I think he dropped this, and immediately I sensed that. Well, I'm sure you can tell it too, can't you, Bailey?
That's malicious magic, yes, a curse.
This is just my own little. Seems. I could sense this even from his body. Even though he died. The Zero, or what was his name? That wasn't it, was it?
I believe he called himself Zesselventure.
Jacqueline nods and she says, "Yes. I think I understand now why I couldn't ever read, understand, explain anything in regards to how this Zesselwench thought or felt or anything. It was a wall. Said it was something like a wall earlier. It was not too far off, but it's one they built themselves. maybe a wall isn't such a good way to describe it. Maybe it's more like a thorn bush, something that grew, something that festered, till it blocked off every part of them that was them. I don't know anything about this man, this person. All I can say is something welled up inside them, something that's a truth, but also a truth that became darkness. You can tell she's trying to. It's difficult for her to describe this, but the vibe that you're getting from the way that she's speaking about it is that, and this serves as an explanation for the Zero that you knew, was that their whole true self, their whole identity, was completely repressed. They did everything in their power, both humanly and magically possible, to make sure no one could know how they really felt or who they really were, who he really was, how he really felt. But then, in doing so, also created something very dark, very sinister, very evil that's sort of seeped into this rosary that he was apparently carrying on him. There's not much you can learn about Zessel now. He's dead after all, but in any case, Jacqueline seems to knows what a monster he apparently was, but she thinks she might have a little bit more of an idea as to what made the monster, so to speak.
May I take that item, Miss Jacqueline?
She looks up and nods. She says, "Yes, I was about to suggest that very thing. I think it would be. I've heard your group has a well, maybe not a specialty, but you've dealt with some things. But you've already had experience dealing with some things like this." So she hands the rosary over to Bailey, and
they pocket it.
And then looks over to Alon, who's still carrying Reggie's body back to the train. Thank you. I would have asked for some help to do that myself. As you learned earlier, it's now my job to settle all of Reggie's affairs, now that she's gone. Feels kind of funny, don't it? In the sad way.
Well, there is much to think on, much to do, but for the time being we should honor our fallen, give them proper burials and the like.
So, all of you head back to the train. All of you eventually head back to the train. Once you get there, it seems that the wretches have gone. There's no longer any dark fog or mist or dark moggy misty creatures surrounding the train. Everything is clear and normal, except for, well, 2 of its passengers are now, technically 3, are now deceased. Though you only have 2 of the bodies. In any case, they are dealt with in the appropriate manner, and the conductor informs everyone that with the circumstances, they all need to head back to Rivayle, as Syndicate Protocol states, in order to, as they cannot properly proceed with the trip to their intended destination with considering the circumstances. So as the train heads back, makes with the bodies secured in such a way to where they can be properly buried and such once they return. This train makes its begins its journey back to Rivayle. And once you return, everyone departs on the train. The mood in the atmosphere is even more melancholic than it was. Has gone from fearful to, well, all brands of fearful and mourning to a deep despair and melancholic. But at the same time, if knowing that all that can be done is continue to move on, because this is the way things are in Rivayle. This world is no stranger to tragedy. Everyone knows this, even if they don't like it. It is something they must accept. And so everyone leaves the train once it returns to the station. And the last person to everyone has gone, left the train. Diana, Bailey, and Alon, you have all gone, and you are making your way home. But back in the train, the very last person to depart from it is Harriet, the other syndicate employee. And as she says goodbye to the conductor, everything finally settled with him. She steps off of the train, starts to make her way home, and she begins to cough. She starts to feel a little strange and dizzy. It doesn't surprise her, given everything that she's went through. But she's starting to feel She's starting to feel a little sick. Maybe she's come down with something. Maybe a fever after all of this wouldn't surprise her. But suddenly, she starts to feel not like chills, but they're not. At first, she thinks they're the chills of a cold, but they're not. They're chills as her body starts to go cold, and she realizes she's losing control of it.
Oh my god.
Misty magic encompasses her body, and in a brief and sudden flash of that mysterious sorcery, standing in her place is the man you thought you killed.
Yes,
And
allow me to scream silently into the wall.
And he laughs.
I'm gonna fucking scream. I'm not laughing. Did you ever think about me? Because I'm not laughing. Oh my fucking god. Can I just say, outside of all this drama, can I just say, Diana asked if Bailey and Alon could stay at her house tonight because she's worried about them and doesn't want them to just want to be alone for a bit.
Oh yeah, totally.
I mean, Alon already was with Diana from earlier, but now Bailey's here too.
Yep. Oh,
Bestie
I guess
house.
the posse is gonna have a post-trauma sleepover.
Pretty much.
Yep. So, while you all are doing that, Harriet, possessing the body of Harriet, smiles and laughs once again, pleased, and can't wait to report to Lord Icy that the release of the infestation, despite the fact that it was quite a bit of time before it was supposed to happen, according to him, he mentioned that at some point. But despite it happening earlier than expected, than was originally planned, the release of the infestation was a success. And that is the end of episode 5, Murder on the Magical Express.
I'm gonna explode. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna run out into the ocean.
Is there even an ocean in
Yeah.
Rivayle?
I'll find one.
Oh my
I'll
god,
find
this one was so incredibly long, 5.5 hours. Thank you guys so much for
I
bearing
loved it.
with
It was so
me.
worth it.
Thank you
Yeah,
guys so much
That
for
was so
bearing
good,
with
but-
me.
Oh my fucking god. And then the Diana lore teaser, no way.
Yeah, now we know her parents are dead.
Parents are dead, and Diana's not her real name. What a crazy shock. Maybe we'll talk about that.
Yeah,
next
go
time.
ahead. Let's try not to keep it more longer than like 10 minutes, because yeah, we're at 5.5 hours right now, basically. So
Oh, I can talk about it
please,
right now.
but please do give me your thoughts, even if we have to condense them into like, no more than like.
Very good. Loved it. Lovely.
Yeah, that was awesome. I loved it. I fucking called it. Day session fucking 1. I called it. I was right.
You slay. I kind of see the problem with me is because you asked me to draw the characters. I kind of had a vague idea of what was going to be going on for most of this, but I think the most fucked up part of all of this is when Zessel was talking to Reggie before he killed her, and he said like, oh, and he was saying like, your mom killed 2 people. And then there was a girl left over. For some reason, I was like, oh my god, Zessel's Reggie's mom. Even though her mom died a bit ago, I just completely forgot what the fuck was going on. And I was there for like 2 minutes, like, I can't believe it. And then I was like, wait a minute. Oh my god, I'm a
that doesn't
moron.
make sense.
My brain's scrambled eggs.
It really is.
Call that a
I didn't
Diana
expect you
moment.
to kill Reggie. I liked her.
I like that
Oh,
bitch.
pancake girl!
Pancake girl, no! I will say, the image of Diana pointing at Zero and saying somebody killed that fucking guy is like 8 times more apt now.
Oh god. yep.
Somebody killed that fucking guy! And then they did.
And you did.
Love.
You did.
Yeah.
So
Not
congratulations, you are the killers of Zessel's original body.
I
Yippee!
do like the crow though. I do like the crow.
The crow.
Oh yeah, I'm very glad you liked Corvina.
I hope she's okay, wherever she is.
Oh yeah, she's on the train. She went back to well, I don't know if she went back to Rivayle, because she isn't usually there. She might have gotten off at some other station, but yeah, she's fine. She was on the train with you. But yeah, Sal, I remember back when you said that back in, like, it was the end of episode 1, I think, and I sort of said to myself, in my head, I was like, God damn it, he figured it out already.
You can't get this shit past me. I have the power. That's my magic. Media
Sal's too
literacy.
clever.
Yeah, and
The
also
power
the twist is probably a little bit more obvious for you guys, for people who know, or not just you guys, but I guess people who know me and know my extremely normal thoughts about Zesselwench.
True.
Zesselwench. And no, they are a character very near and dear. He's a character very near and dear to my heart. And
It was really Chekhov's vessel winch because I knew you were going to include him.
Huh?
It was really Chekhov's vessel winch because I knew you were going to include him.
Oh yeah, like how could I not? Like, but yeah, this was always planned from the beginning. Yeah, Zero was always meant to be Proto-Zensal Wench, as Sal called it from the very beginning. As you guys sort of know, I've sort of talked a little bit about like my own sort of ideas and headcanons and theories about Zesselwench's backstory, because he doesn't have one in the story where we never find out about it. The most we find out is originally he was just somebody else, or some person, and then Icy turned him into what he is. So, and that plus a lot of other things that he says especially to Ilgano, that I've pointed out, is just like, yeah, if you didn't pick up on the subtext, the implication is that Zero was born, they're assigned female at birth.
I'm silly at birth.
But yeah, I'm like, so listen, Princess Connect, Cygames. This isn't just me projecting and kidding. In my defense, the Cygames is known for this. Grand Blue Fantasy has at least 2 trans women characters.
There's three.
Oh, there's 3.
There's 3 of them.
Oh, Who's the third? I know Ladiva, and
Satyr, and Ladiva.
I
Ladiva,
didn't know
them.
about one of those. I only knew about Cagliostro and Ladiva. So
Satyr is not as discussed, but basically there's one part where Satyr is talking with a bunch of her friends and says something like, you know, everyone's allowed to change. It's not always that I've been a... And then her friend Medusa cuts her off and says, shh, we don't have to talk about that with these girlies. And then she's like, oh, okay, sure. And then everyone's just like, monocle emoji. I'm sensing something.
Oh.
I'm sensing something.
Okay.
And then it's like mentioned a few more times.
Alright. But yeah, so Grand Blue has 3 trans women. Princess Connect has what its main villainess basically is a trans woman, and her whole deal is that gender dysphoria turned her evil.
That's so weird.
Omniscient Kaiser.
Because her whole wish was that she wanted to be a princess, right?
Yeah,
And
she
so-
wanted to. She's Carol's cousin, and Carol basically talks about this at one point. I don't know if the English version ever got this far. Rest in peace. But yeah, Carol talks about her cousin, who was assigned male at birth, discussing what she basically describes as she experienced gender dysphoria, and yeah, and then Princess Connect is a world where everyone's is their ideal selves, and Omniscient Kaiser's ideal self was a woman, and her wish that she tried to have a goddess named Minerva grant was to make her a princess.
Really tough.
So,
Good for her.
so
Yeah, so it makes sense.
yeah, that's I'm like, if Princess Connect have trans villainous, my God, let's Esselwench be the representation that the. I don't know. I just love the idea behind Omniscient Kaiser, and
Yeah.
I have just been picking up on so many of, like I've talked about this. It's the queer trans villain vibes I get from Zessel is so strong, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
no, this is my headcanon. This is my headcanon. This is my theory, but it works. And if you don't like it, you can tell it to Omniscient Kaiser, because she's like,
Exactly.
if Princess Connect can do it, I'm gonna do it here. So,
Face. I think, not to interrupt you and not to make this go so long.
Yeah.
I think from a just how my character's going to react to this standpoint, I think this is like Bailey's character development moment where they go like, oh, I should probably like get some morals now, because like meeting Zesselvenja, that's going to affect the person, you know. I think this is the point where it kind of hits in. They're like, oh wow, boy, I really should like use my power for good, you know.
yeah,
Yeah.
Zessel is.
Have you...
The idea is, yeah, that similar to Kaiser, but a little different, because Zessel's situation was more similar to like Diana. He grew up raised by what he said was a draconian traditionalist family in the Golden Hills, who were not approving of who he really was. Totally not projecting. And that basically caused the mask, the facade of sorts that was Zero. That personality, if you could even call it that, was. I think one of you guys described it earlier as like a defense mechanism, right?
Yeah, I think that was me.
Yeah, that was pretty much the idea. Is that, and that, I can bring. Oh yeah, it is in Roll20 now. I was gonna do a thing. Actually, you can see this in Roll20 now. I forgot to bring it up earlier. I hope the folks at home have not stopped watching by now, because this is something I wish I'd remembered to show earlier. But if you guys look in the journal now, there is a profile for Zessel.
Oh, there it is.
And
Okay.
I'll bring it up here.
Yeah, wait, I just realized that's just sound. I was flashing a middle finger each time I went bow.
May I read it? If it's
Yeah,
alright?
go ahead. Go for it.
Big deal. Infestation's genesis, the true identity of Zero. Raised among affluent, strict traditionalists, his upbringing's draconian adherence to social norms forced him to repress himself in every way, until his boss made him a deal. what the price of what Schillinger claimed was half his lifespan, he became the subject of a top-secret project by ICN Scarlet Jewel Syndicate, which sought to enhance a once regular human and create a superpowered entity running purely on magic. Though its final stages were initiated somewhat prematurely due to Cecil Lynch's own impatience to be released from his former body, the project appears to have been a resounding success.
I knew this guy did. A roast is not enough. I need him dead.
I love Cecil Lynch very much, you guys.
Yeah.
I love this bastard with all my.
He's so silly. He's so silly and wild.
He is truly the silliest of all time. And by silliest,
I think Maestro LaForge owns that title.
they can compete for it. They can have a fight for it. Man. Oh man, I'd love to see. I'd love to see a fight between Maisha and Vessel. That sounds awesome.
I don't know who would win. I honestly don't. I thought about it more. I don't know who would win.
We're gonna stab each other. Slice and dice.
All I know is that if Diana were there, she would lose badly, which is heartbreaking. Girl, no.
And by the way, give me a second. I didn't get a chance to do this earlier. I kept finding looking for an opportunity to do it, and I just never got one. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
It's okay.
Where did I this? Yeah, I wanted to show you, I wanted to do this earlier, but this session was so crazy. I never got the opportunity, unfortunately. This was going to be a cool interface moment, I guess you could trying to use the Roll20's own interface for some storytelling. But look at Zero's profile now. Look at Zero's profile now.
That's so silly. That's so silly.
It's been graffitied. I wanted to bring this up like the moment he leapt out of the train and went into like the Horde of Wretches. But yeah, that thing's to focus on.
I think that's a fun thing to keep in the journal though.
Yeah, no, that'll stay there, so.
That goes hard.
Thank you.
Putting my glasses on and inspecting. Sword goes hard.
Yeah, if you guys, I don't know if you guys looked at Zero's profile before. You remember it was like a bunch of, the big deal was like redacted out letters, right?
Yep.
It was the exact letters where they were hiding Patient Zero.
I was trying to guess what it was, but I don't think I ever came up with anything conclusive.
Yeah, I was another thing where it's like, I almost didn't call them Zero because I'm like, they both start with ZE, is that gonna make it too obvious? But I just couldn't I thought the Patient Zero pun was just like too good. Like,
I think you could do it. I think you could do it, redo it. Like, if it weren't Patient Zero and I was guessing letters in my brain, SILLIE space BILL. Silly Bill. So it's like kind of fucked up, but it gets the point across, I think. Silly Bill.
Well,
I have an addiction to the word silly. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
Well,
I love it.
We're at 5 hours 40 minutes now. Thank you all so much. This has been an incredible episode. A real labor of love for me. I put more effort into this one than any of the others. Not to saying that I didn't love and didn't put a lot of work in all of them. This was one. I'm considering this one the kind of the magnum opus. This is the if you only watch one episode of Guns Over Rivayle, I want it to be this one, and I think I've said as much so far when I was advertising it. So, I'm very happy you all enjoyed it.
Heart. Thank you for organizing such a fun session.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm hoping finale next week.
Yep. Final next week. Yeah, we're almost at the end of the campaign now. So.
We have to. Quick, someone make it lore. Someone make more lore, quick.
There's only one more episode. Episode 6. It is titled.
We can figure it out.
It's titled. It may not happen next week because of some stuff that's going on. It may happen 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from tonight instead. I will keep y'all posted about that. Both you guys and folks at home via my Twitter and such. The final episode when it does happen, the title of it is The Ritual of Reunion.
Ooh. Reunion.
Episode 6, the final episode. Oh,
I'm just gonna say, if that next session ends with the cutscene of Bunny and Baron driving around, then we're gonna have reached peak fiction of all time. That's gonna be peak anything.
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh my god. You don't even have to, you can just recite it and I'll just start freaking out and you'll hear me screaming and running in my room, I'm sure.
Well, once again, I thank you all very, very much for being my wonderful players of this fantastic game. For enjoying this thing that I've created, with all of my weird love and passion and ideas and put into it. And I hope we have, and I know, well, no, it's not a hope, I know we will have a wonderful, spectacular finale when we do episode 6, The Ritual of Reunion. Thank you all so much, and thank you, and equally, all of those thanks also go out to everyone who's watched this as well, especially now for how long this was, for this one in particular, how long it was, so thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Oh no, I'm coughing. That's still got me. Fuck.